Story 1. The engine, a mechanical beast, coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. Another night, another haul. This time, it was a load of industrial coolant, a sickly, green liquid sloshing in the tanker behind me. The highway stretched out, a black ribbon under the bruised, pre-dawn sky. Radio static hissed, a symphony of nothingness. So I flicked it off, the silence feeling more comforting. I've been driving these roads for 20 years, seen things, felt things that have settled deep under my skin like dust. Things I try not to think about. The kind of things that make the hair on your arms stand straight up, even when it's sweltering out. This stretch of Highway 19 was known for its isolation, a kind of emptiness that seeps into your bones and makes you feel like the only person left on Earth. About an hour into my drive, I saw something odd in the rear view. A flicker, a shadow, too ephemeral to be a car's headlights. I glanced back again and saw nothing but the inky blackness. Probably just my eyes playing tricks, the fatigue getting to me. I took a swig of lukewarm coffee. Then, the radio crackled back to life just barely. A distorted voice, low and guttural, seemed to be whispering my name. Earl, the voice hissed. Then it was silent again. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I wasn't imagining it this time. I turned the radio dial, static hissing loud. I kept flipping through stations. Nothing but white noise, a buzzing that vibrated within my skull. I turned the radio off, a sudden, heavy silence filling the cabin. The road ahead was clear. The double yellow lines looked like twin rivers of pale fire under the truck's headlights. It was then that I noticed the figure on the side of the road, standing just beyond the shoulder, bathed in the edge of my high beams. It was tall, impossibly tall, and thin. Its form like a scarecrow strung together with wire. It wore what looked like a tattered, gray suit. There was no face. Just a featureless plane, as if something had stolen away its eyes, nose, and mouth. It was unnervingly still. I blinked, and when I looked again, it was gone. I kept driving, telling myself it was a figment of my tired eyes, or maybe a shadow playing tricks in the dim morning light. But the feeling of unease, the icy prickle at my spine, wouldn't leave me. The truck cab seemed to grow smaller, the air heavy thick like wet wool. I felt like I was suffocating. Then, the engine started to sputter. The steering wheel shook violently in my hands. I wrestled with the wheel, trying to keep the big rig on the road. I knew the feeling of impending doom. The truck finally lurched to a stop, its great metal body groaning like a wounded beast. I tried to restart it, but the engine wouldn't turn over, just a weak chugging noise, like it was choking on something. I was stranded. I took out my flashlight and climbed down from the cab. The silence of the highway was broken only by the sound of my own breathing. Then, I saw it. The tall, faceless figure was standing by the front of my truck, its form wavering slightly in the darkness. It was much closer than before, much, much closer. It felt as though its gaze was boring into me despite the fact it had no eyes. I tried to speak, to shout, but my voice was trapped in my throat, a dry, scratchy sound. I held the flashlight towards the entity. Its surface reflected the light. No shine. It was a dark abyss. The figure began to move, impossibly fast, gliding across the asphalt, not walking, not running. A sudden, bone-chilling fear gripped my heart. I backed away towards the truck, scrambling for the door. I fumbled with the handle, yanking the door open. I threw myself inside. I slammed the door, locking it with shaky hands. I could feel its presence just outside, like an invisible hand pressing against the metal. The truck cab seemed to contract around me, the windows closing in, becoming like the walls of a tomb. I tried the radio. Just static, just silence. I tried to start the engine again, but nothing, not even a sputter. The figure slowly circled the truck, its form shimmering, as if it was made of the darkness itself. It paused in front of the windshield. The face was nothing but dark space. It was like staring into the void. Then, a series of thin, black tendrils, like inky smoke, began to extend from that dark space, writhing across the windshield. They seeped into the glass, swirling like worms in a festering wound. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror. But it was quickly swallowed by the silence. I kicked at the dash, a useless act of defiance, and beat on the door as the tendrils writhed, closer, always closer. I was trapped. I watched, helpless, as the tendrils slid along the dashboard, reaching for me, hungry. I closed my eyes. I could feel the cold, sticky touch of them on my face. Then, something touched my throat. I gagged, the tendrils tightening. I clawed at my throat, but my hands were useless against the suffocating pressure. The last thing I saw, before my vision was consumed by an endless void, was the dark figure, hovering over me, a triumphant silhouette against the pre-dawn sky. I was being consumed. I was nothing, a piece of meat for the darkness. The truck's horn, a long agonizing sound, a final plea. Before it slowly died away, the tendrils were finally inside. Story 2. The engine, a beast of iron and fire, shuddered beneath me. The long, empty ribbon of highway stretched out ahead. It was a night like any other, hauling a load of timber from the godforsaken logging camps of northern Maine to the clamorous docks of Boston. The air was thick, heavy, smelling of pine and something else. Something old and damp, like unearthed bones. I had been trucking these routes for 30 years, knew every curve, every pothole, like the wrinkles on my own weathered hide. But tonight, something felt wrong. The radio, usually a cacophony of static and truckers' chatter, was eerily silent. Just a low, droning hum. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand rigid, like bristles. I tried tuning it, scanning the frequencies, but it remained a lifeless, humming thing. The silence was worse than any static. It pressed in, heavy, like a shroud. I glanced at the side mirror and saw not the road, but a shifting, distorted reflection. The trees, usually steadfast and still, writhed and twisted like tormented souls. Their branches clawed at the night sky and seemed to be trying to reach me. I slammed the brakes, the 18-wheeler protesting with a screech of metal and rubber against the asphalt. My heart pounded like a trapped bird. I looked again. The image was gone. The trees were still, the road, clear. Just an illusion, a trick of the darkness. I tried to tell myself. I pushed on, the unease gnawing at me like a hungry rodent. The miles ticked by with agonizing slowness. Then, the fog rolled in. Not a normal fog, mind you, but a thick, unnatural pall, like milk that had gone sour. It was so dense, I could barely see the hood of my rig. The headlights, usually cutting through the darkness like a knife, were swallowed whole. I felt isolated adrift, in a sea of gray nothingness. The world beyond the cab might not have existed anymore. Then, the sounds started. Loud, guttural moans, like some injured animal, carried on the wind. They seemed to be coming from everywhere, yet nowhere. They vibrated in my chest, like a heartbeat, not my own, but something other, something ancient. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, maybe, or deer, but the sounds were too wrong, too heavy with a sense of suffering, to be anything natural. It sounded like a chorus of souls being dragged into the earth. I slowed the truck to a crawl, the air thick with dread. I had seen my share of things on these lonely highways, but nothing like this. This was different. This was something else. The fog parted, briefly, and I saw them. Standing on the shoulder, just beyond the edge of the road, were figures, or things, that looked like men, but not quite. They were tall, unnaturally so. Their limbs elongated and twisted at wrong angles. Their eyes, burning like coals, pierced the fog with malevolent intent. Their skin was a sickly pale gray and seemed to move, to writhe. Beneath the surface, like worms under soil. They did not move. They just stood there, staring, their gaze boring into me, stealing my breath. I felt a primal fear, a kind I had never felt before. My body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was like staring into the void, the bottomless pit of oblivion. I wanted to look away, to scream, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed by terror. Then, one of them raised a hand. A long, skeletal hand, with fingers that seemed far too long, ending in wickedly sharp points. It gestured, beckoning me closer. My foot slammed the gas pedal, sending the rig roaring forward. I was not going to stick around to be eaten by those creatures. The things followed, moving with unnerving speed. They glided across the ground, no legs moving. Just an unsettling, effortless drift, like shadows given life. The moans intensified, became more frantic, more desperate. They were closing in. I tried to reason my way out of this nightmare. To break it down with logic, but it was useless. This was beyond reason. It was the stuff of nightmares made flesh. I accelerated, the truck straining, pushing past what I thought was its limit. I swerved, the tires screaming, as I tried to throw them off my tail. I glanced at the mirror. They were still there, right on my back bumper, their eyes burning holes into the metal, as if they were about to melt it with just their gaze. Then, one of them reached out, and a long, spectral appendage, as clear as glass, passed right through the steel of the truck, straight towards me. It felt cold, so cold, a bone-chilling cold that made every muscle in my body tense up in absolute agony. I gasped, reaching for a weapon, anything, and grabbed my tire iron. A heavy metal tool I kept next to my seat. The appendage tried to grab me again. This time I was ready. I swung the iron, and it slammed into the phantom arm. It didn't do anything at all. The appendage reformed, as if the blow never happened. The creature let out a high-pitched shriek, a sound that made my teeth ache. The others joined in. A symphony of suffering that was both terrifying and deeply unsettling. It was like they were trying to drag the very fabric of reality apart. They kept slamming against the truck, the cabin shaking under the assault of these spectral blows. I was fighting a losing battle. Then I saw it. The old, abandoned logging road I always avoided. It was overgrown, barely a path. But it was my only chance. I slammed the steering wheel, the rig groaning, as it lumbered onto the dirt track. It was rough, filled with rocks, and deep ruts. But it was better than being consumed by those creatures. The truck bucked and jolted, as I pushed it, further into the darkness. The trees closed in around me, thick and ancient, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. The fog was even thicker here, pressing down, suffocating. I could barely see, and the sounds of the creatures were all around me, as if the entire forest was screaming. Then I saw it. A clearing, bathed in an unnatural pale light, in the middle of a copse of ancient trees. It wasn't sunlight, it was something else. A strange light that pulsated like a beating heart. And in the center of the clearing was a pit, a gaping maw in the earth that seemed to emanate a sickening stench of rot and decay. And, standing on the edge of the pit, were more of the creatures. But these were bigger and more monstrous than the ones on the road. Their bodies were swollen and distorted, their skin a sickly shade of green. One of them held something pale and writhing in its hand. It was a human, or what was left of one, its body twisted and broken like a discarded doll. They turned towards me, all of them, their eyes glowing in the unnatural light. Their moans rose into a crescendo of unholy sound. The truck lurched to a halt, and I knew. This was it. The end of the line. The creatures moved towards the truck, slowly, deliberately, their movements a ballad of terror. I gripped the tire iron, my hand trembling. I would not go quietly. I would make them pay for this, for the fear, for the despair they had brought upon me. I would fight to the last breath. The first creature reached the door of the truck. Its eyes burned into my soul, stealing my will to fight. Its long, skeletal fingers reached through the metal of the door and took a hold of my arm. The pain was excruciating. My vision tunneled, and I felt myself being pulled out of the cab, into that abyss, into that terrible, endless void. I screamed. A final, desperate scream that was cut short as I was dragged into the waiting darkness. Story 3. The first time it was just a smudge. An oily, iridescent stain right there, dead center on my windshield. Hank, the Hammer. Thompson, a man who'd wrestled with 18-wheelers for 30 years, wasn't easily spooked. I'd seen things out on the long hauls, things that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand straight up. But this was new. The stain shimmered like a puddle of gasoline in the sun. I dismissed it, a trick of the light, maybe. I reached for the washer fluid, the familiar hiss of comfort, and the wipers did their dance. But the oily stain, it just reformed. Right back in the same spot. I frowned, irritation creeping in. I pulled over at the next rest stop, the engine of my rig. The beast, groaning like a tired bull. I grabbed my squeegee, a battle-hardened veteran of countless insect splatters and road grime, and went to work. I scrubbed, and I scraped, and I cursed the damn thing, but it wouldn't budge. It was like it was part of the glass itself, a dark, malignant bloom. That's when I noticed it, the first whisper. A soft, almost imperceptible breath of sound that seemed to come from the stain itself. It was my name, my own name, Hank, whispered with the chilling intimacy of a lover's promise. I froze, my grip tightening on the squeegee handle. I looked around, the deserted rest stop silent except for the rumble of my idling truck. Nobody was there, only the endless stretch of asphalt disappearing into the heat haze. I climbed back into the beast, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tried to rationalize it. The wind. Maybe the highway, playing tricks with the cab's acoustics. But deep down, a cold dread had taken root, spreading its tendrils through my gut. As I pulled back onto the highway, the whispers began to grow louder. Not words, not yet, but murmurs, like a crowd of ghosts, all talking at once. The oily patch was starting to coalesce into something horrible. I began to see shapes, distorted, blurred, like faces submerged in dark water. They shifted and swirled, eyes forming, then disappearing, mouths opening and closing. Voiceless screams echoing in the spaces between the whispers. I drove faster, pushing the beast to her limits, hoping to outrun the creeping dread that was slowly consuming me. It didn't work. Nothing worked. The whispers grew stronger, the faces clearer, each one a mask of pain and anguish. They were my fears, pulled from the deepest recesses of my mind, and formed into terrible, mocking visages. I saw the face of my father, the day he was taken from me, his eyes empty and cold. Then I saw my wife, her face gaunt and pale, as I remember her, before she was sick. The oily sheen intensified, now a deep, black, viscous fluid, coating more and more of the windshield. Then came the faces of the missing truckers. I knew their names. Their stories whispered around the truck stops, the ghosts of the highway. They were gone, vanished without a trace, leaving only unanswered questions and hushed fears. Now they were here, pressed against the glass, their eyes fixed on me. I recognized old Big Joe from Wichita, his face twisted in a silent scream, and Smiling Sammy from Albuquerque, his mouth contorted into a rictus of terror. They moved, their ghostly features contorting in slow motion. Their mouths opened wide, but no sound came out of them. Instead, they whispered with one voice. They were speaking my name. The voices, once soft, now a chorus of rasping, guttural cries that echoed inside my skull. Hank, Hank, Hank. Join us. Join us. The truck veered slightly, my hands clammy and shaking on the wheel. I fought to keep her on the road. But the faces, they were all around me, pressing closer, filling the windshield, blocking out the road, the world. I felt their cold presence reaching through the glass, their ghostly fingers brushing against my face. The oily residue was now everywhere, spreading over the dashboard, the steering wheel, my hands. It smelled of decay, of stagnant water and bone. It was in my lungs now, choking me. I tried to scream, but only a feeble croak escaped my throat. The beast was running on her own now. I had lost my hold on the wheel. The faces grew more defined. Each new face was twisted in a silent scream. And each new face had a black, oily film that seemed to seep from the glass. I was one of them now. My features began to twist, to change. I felt myself being pulled into the glass. It was as if I was melting into the black liquid that coated my windshield. The world outside was a blurred kaleidoscope of colors and light as the faces pressed harder, their cold breath filling my lungs. Then, there was nothing but darkness and the oily whisper, now a part of me. I was in the windshield, trapped with the others. Our faces forever etched into the glass. A new face, added to the grim gallery of lost souls, a warning for those who dare to travel the long, lonely roads. The beast continued to drive. She carried on her journey with her new passengers, lost souls trapped in the oily blackness, screaming their silence for any living soul who dared to come close, waiting for another to join them. Story 4. The highway ribboned, black and slick, under the bruised purple sky. Rain, a relentless, cold fist, hammered against the cab of my rig. I'd been pushing nonstop since dawn. My eyelids, gritty as desert sand, begged for sleep. But the deadline was a cruel master. I saw him then. A figure hunched under a flickering gas station light, thumb outstretched. A silent plea against the storm. He looked ordinary. Jeans, a faded hoodie, and a baseball cap pulled low. A kid, barely out of high school. I sighed. I shouldn't. Every mile was precious. Every minute a commodity. But, something in his posture, a certain vulnerability in the way the wind toyed with his clothes, stirred a reluctant sympathy. So, I pulled over, the air brakes hissing like a cornered beast. He scrambled in, a gust of damp air and a mumbled, "Thanks, mister." His voice was surprisingly deep, a timbre more fitting for a man twice his age. He was quiet, mostly. He'd answer my questions in single words, his eyes glued to the rain-streaked window. I tried, making conversation, small talk, about the weather, about the road, about the damn football game. He'd just nod, or grunt. Unsettling, but not enough to raise any alarms, not yet anyway. We drove for what felt like an eternity, the drumming of the rain, lulling me into a trance. I realized I was getting sleepy, really sleepy. So, I decided maybe it'd be a good idea to take a break, a quick one at least. I pulled into an abandoned rest area, gravel crunching under the truck's weight. I killed the engine. The silence that followed felt heavy, suffocating. "Bathroom break," I announced. The kid just nodded and followed me out into the downpour. The rest area was dilapidated. A single, rusted-out picnic table sat at the edge of the parking lot, and a boarded-up outhouse leaned precariously. I turned around and the image seared itself into the back of my mind. The kid, his back to me, was different. His form rippled, like heat rising off the asphalt. For a split second, I saw it. The shape of a man, melting. Claws, long and obsidian, extended from his hands, ripping through the ends of his hoodie sleeves. The back of his neck sprouted dense, coarse fur. And then, his head. Twisted, elongated, and a pair of eyes, yellow, vacant, looked at me over his shoulder. A cold, primordial rage burned in those eyes. It was gone in an instant, that glimpse. Replaced with a normal young man, turning around with an innocent look. I blinked. Had I imagined it? No. No. It was too real. The air grew thick with the stench of wet fur and something else. Something feral and ancient. My heart pounded like a trapped bird in my chest. I backed away, slowly, eyes wide with terror. What the hell was that? I stammered, my voice trembling. He tilted his head, the movement unnatural. The youth in his face was replaced by something older, something far more sinister. A low growl rumbled in his chest, resonating through the damp air. Just a little shift. His voice was a raspy whisper, devoid of human warmth. The transformation started, slowly, like a film, played in slow motion. The skin on his face stretched and tightened, the bones underneath reshaping themselves. The jaw jutted out and sharpened, becoming something akin to a wolf. His teeth lengthened into wicked, yellow fangs. His hands were not hands anymore, but paws with those obsidian claws. The fur grew faster now, coating his whole body in a thick, dark, mangy coat. His eyes blazed, burning with a hunger that made my blood run cold. I stumbled back towards the truck, adrenaline coursing through me. I know what you are. I managed to gasp, my voice a thin thread of fear. I scrambled into the truck, slamming the door and fumbling for the key. I had to get away. I had to get out of here. I turned the ignition. The engine roared to life, a desperate, mechanical plea. I shifted into gear, and the rig lurched forward. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the thing bounding after me, its long, powerful strides devouring the ground. It was fast. Too fast. I hit the gas pedal, trying to outrun whatever that thing was. The heavy diesel engine screaming under the strain, the rain pelting against the windshield. I stole another glance in the mirror. It was closed now, its shadow stretching across the gravel, reaching for me. I knew I couldn't outrun it. I was trapped in the steel cage I called a truck. The first strike sounded like a thunderclap. The driver's side door buckled inward, metal groaning in protest. I yanked the steering wheel to the right, sending the truck into a violent swerve, trying to shake it off. Another blow came harder this time, the window shattering, showering me with shards of glass. A clawed hand reached through the wreckage, inches from my face, its nails like daggers glinting in the dim light. I screamed, a primal sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I grabbed the tire iron from the floor, my fingers trembling, gripping it like a lifeline. I swung it with all my might, aiming for the wrist. I heard a wet crack, and the hand recoiled with a snarl. I wasn't fast enough, though. The creature was already clambering onto the hood, its claws scraping against the metal. It pushed its head through the windshield, its breath hot and full on my face. Those yellow eyes glowed like hellfire, a macabre smile stretched across its snout, showing its wicked teeth. I swung again, the tire iron connecting with its skull. It howled, a sound that ripped through my soul, and recoiled. That gave me a moment, a precious second. I pushed hard the truck, bucking and swaying. I slammed my foot on the brake, hard. The momentum sent the creature flying from the hood, back onto the ground. I shifted into reverse and slammed on the accelerator, the truck leaping backwards. I kept repeating the move, forward and back and forth like a crazed pendulum. The engine wailed, gears grinding in protest, a symphony of destruction. I kept pushing it back with the truck's metal bumper, again and again. I was a monster myself now. I had become my truck's. The only thing I have left, the thing I controlled. I heard the cracking of bone, the crunch of gristle and fur under the weight of the truck. The guttural cries lessened, then died down. I felt the weight of the creature under the wheels. I kept going again and again until I was sure I had killed it. The truck's tires were now spinning on a mixture of gravel and blood. My body shook with fear and exhaustion, and I finally stopped. I was shaking, covered in glass, with the acrid smell of blood and mangled fur filling the cab. My entire body was numb. The rain was still falling, cold and relentless, washing away the grime of the fight, but not the horror. I sat there for what felt like an eternity. The only sound, the soft hiss of the engine. The highway stretched before me, dark and empty, waiting. I knew the drive would be different now, that there were things out there, lurking in the dark. But I would drive. I would keep moving. I had to. Because I knew now the road was not just a path, it was a battleground. Story 5. The GPS, a mocking green rectangle, flickered, then died. Of course it did. Smack dab in the middle of nowhere, where the asphalt cracked like a parched throat. I, Big Joe, a man whose rig was his castle, and the road his kingdom, was now exiled. A detour. The damn thing had said, a shortcut. Ha. The sun was a bruised purple, bleeding into the horizon, and the trees crowded the road, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for my cab. I saw it then, a low, sprawling building huddled under the darkening sky. The Last Chance Roadhouse. A faded sign declared, its letters peeling like sunburnt skin. It was too quiet. No neon buzz. No rumble of engines. Just an unnatural stillness that clawed at the back of my neck. Still, a trucker, especially one as bone-tired as I was, takes what he can get. The parking lot, if you could even call it that, was a graveyard of rusted husks. Vehicles that had surrendered to the elements, their windows like vacant eyes staring into some terrible beyond. I parked the rig, the air brakes sighing like a dying beast, and stepped out. The gravel crunched under my boots. The only sound besides the relentless hum of cicadas that seemed to be mocking the silence. The door creaked open as if beckoning me to my doom, an invitation that carried with it the scent of stale beer and something metallic, something like old blood. Inside, the roadhouse was dimly lit, with bulbs that sputtered and cast long, dancing shadows that distorted every familiar object, turning them into grotesque figures. Patrons sat at the bar, their faces pale, almost translucent, their eyes fixed on the grimy counter or the murky depths of their drinks. They moved with a strange, jerky rhythm, like broken puppets being controlled by unseen strings. A man, his skin the color of old parchment, sat at the end of the bar, wiping down its stained surface with a rag. He had eyes like polished obsidian, devoid of any warmth or life. He was the barkeep. "Welcome," he said, his voice a dry whisper, like wind rattling through dry bones. "You're a sight for sore eyes, or what's left of them. What'll it be?" My gut screamed at me to run, to back out of that door and leave that place behind, but some terrible morbid curiosity kept me rooted. I asked for a beer, something cold and familiar to ground me, and the bartender produced a bottle. No label, no markings, just a dark, viscous liquid. It tasted of ash and a hint of something that made my stomach twist, something full. "What is this place?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, ignoring the strange stillness that had befallen all the patrons, their motions now slower, more painful. The barkeep chuckled, a sound like gravel grinding together. This, my friend, is where the road ends, where travelers find themselves, repeating their last night over and over again. A cosmic loop, if you will. I saw then. The woman at the corner booth, her hand forever reaching for a cigarette that would never be lit. The two men arguing over a game of cards. Their voices stuck on the same spiteful words, their faces locked in that same bitter grimace. Trapped. Lost. They were all replaying their last moments, reliving the end. A purgatory of stale beer and regret. And you? I asked the barkeep, a knot tightening in my chest. Are you trapped too? He laughed again, the sound now a low, guttural growl that set my teeth on edge. Oh, I'm no mere mortal. I'm the keeper of this place. The one who ensures their endless performance. His smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too long. And the one who decides who gets to leave. Though such is the rarity of such occurrences. Leave. I croaked, my voice raw. Wes, he said, his eyes now burning, coal pits in his ancient face. But everything has a price. He slid a chipped mug across the bar towards me. Your time, your memories, your very soul. What will you give to be free of this place, to drive that big rig of yours back into the sunrise? The air thickened, heavy with the weight of despair. The other patrons were watching me now, their hollow eyes burning with an unholy light, a desperate longing. I felt my own sanity slipping, the roadhouse's reality folding in around me, a suffocating embrace. I scanned the bar. There, in the dim light, something moved on the wall behind the bar. A faded, old portrait. As the bartender's gaze drifted in that direction, I saw it too. As quick as a heartbeat it switched, changing faces with one of the patrons. I knew then, with terrible certainty, they were being traded, one soul for another. It was a game, and the barkeep, this demon, was playing it and playing them. I reached out, my hand trembling, to grab the mug. The demon smiled. That's it. Give in. It will all be over soon. But I didn't grab the mug. Instead, I grabbed one of the heavy, rusted beer taps that was within reach, wrenching it from its moorings. The copper pipe broke off with a sharp crack that pierced through the oppressive silence. It was heavy, weighted, like a bludgeon. I swung. I swung with the force of 1,000 of open road, the fury of a trucker caught in a back alley ambush, with the desperate howl of a man staring into the abyss and wanting nothing to do with it. The tap connected with the demon's face with a sickening thud, and something dark, something viscous, oozed from the wound. The patrons screamed, their frozen misery finally finding a voice, their jerky movements now turning into a chaotic dance of horror and liberation. The roadhouse vibrated, the building screaming as the very foundations began to twist and distort, the wooden planks creaking like a ship under the crushing weight of a storm. The demon snarled, its human mask falling away to reveal a face that was pure malevolence. Horns curled from its forehead, its eyes now glowing with a furious red light. I had enraged it, but I wasn't stopping now. With one final, desperate heave, I smashed the tap into its face again, driving it back into the depths of its hellish realm. The form of the demon collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. The roadhouse shattered, the walls dissolving into dust. The patrons screaming one final scream, then all gone. Just as the rising sun, a blood-orange globe, exploded over the horizon, I was left standing in the middle of the road. The only thing that was left was the broken beer tap in my hand and the taste of ash still lingering in my mouth. The detour was over. The long road was ahead. Story 6. The radio crackled. spitting out static, a sound like insects chewing on metal. I adjusted the dial, hoping for anything, a voice, a song, just something to drown out the oppressive silence of the woods. I'd been driving for days, hauling a load of lumber to some godforsaken mill in the middle of nowhere. The GPS had died hours ago, so I'd taken a shortcut, a dirt track that snaked its way into the heart of the ancient trees. I figured, what could go wrong, right? The forest was thick, a wall of green and brown that seemed to press in on me. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced with the movement of my truck. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled of decaying leaves, and something else. Something earthy and acrid, like old blood. I kept the truck moving, the rumble of the engine a lonely counterpoint to the whispering wind. Then I saw it. A circle of stones, gray and moss-covered, stood in a clearing. It looked ancient, primordial, the stones jagged and even, as if teeth jutting out of the earth. I slowed, peering at them through the rain-streaked windshield. It was a strange, disturbing sight, an anomaly in the dense woods. I told myself it was just some old ruin, some forgotten piece of history, and I drove on, the truck bumping along the rough track. But 10 minutes later, I was back, staring at the same damned circle of stones. I swore, slamming my fist on the dashboard. How had I gotten back here? It made no sense. I had not turned around. I checked the GPS again, still dead, no signal. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but it revealed nothing but the empty road behind me, disappearing into the endless green. I felt a prickle of unease, a cold finger tracing the length of my spine. This time, I noticed something different. One of the side mirrors, the big chrome one on my passenger door, it was gone. The metal arm that held it, broken and twisted, dangled limply. I hadn't heard it break. I hadn't felt it. I was sure I would have heard it. I climbed out of the truck, inspecting the damage. No sign of an impact. Nothing but the broken mirror and the unsettling silence of the woods. I looked back at the stone circle. It seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a silent hum that vibrated in my bones. I shook my head, telling myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired, stressed, and that I needed to get the hell out of this place. I tried another route, the tires slipping and skidding on the muddy ground, but it was all in vain. The track twisted, turned, led me in circles, always bringing me back to the same clearing, and to the same menacing stones. Each time, something else was missing. First, a mud flap, then one of my running lights, later the decorative chrome piece from my hood. It was like the truck was being slowly dismantled, piece by piece, by some unseen, malevolent force. It was as if some ancient entity was taking my truck apart. A sacrifice to the woods. A bizarre ritual that I was, for some reason, forced to witness. My fear grew with each passing loop. The silence of the woods was no longer peaceful. It was predatory, filled with a low thrumming that seemed to resonate from deep beneath the earth. The stones seemed to move, to shift in my peripheral vision, their shadows stretching and contorting like grasping claws. I started talking to myself, trying to rationalize what was happening, to find some kind of logical explanation. But logic had no place here, no hold on this ancient, cursed place. Night fell, and the forest came alive with unseen things. The shadows deepened, becoming monstrous shapes that writhed and twisted in the dim light of my headlights. I kept the engine running, the sound providing the only comfort in this desolate place. The air was thick with a smell that had become almost overwhelming now. Not just decay, but something metallic, and something else. Something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was the smell of blood and of ancient rituals. I looked back at the stone circle, and I saw them. Figures, tall and gaunt, their bodies seemingly woven from the very shadows themselves. Their eyes gleamed like embers in the darkness, and they moved with a fluidity that was unnatural, ethereal, their limbs twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. They were adorned with strange things, feathers, bones, and what looked like dried and caked blood. They began chanting a low, guttural drone that seeped into my soul, a sound that felt older than time itself. My chest felt like it was filled with lead, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. The final piece of my truck they needed was the engine. I stared in horror as one of the figures, its face a mask of pure evil, reached out, its hand passing through the metal of the hood, as if it were nothing more than smoke. The engine, the heart of my truck, was ripped from its moorings, its metal screaming as it was torn from the frame, the wires and hoses snapping like brittle bones. The engine clattered onto the ground near the stone circle, and the chanting grew louder. More intense, more frightening. I felt a pull, a force tugging at my very being, drawing me towards the stones, towards the figures. I tried to fight it, to pull myself back, but it was no use. My feet moved on their own, the ground cold and hard beneath my boots. My body was no longer mine. The figures surrounded me, their cold, dead eyes burning into mine. Their chanting became a cacophony, a symphony of dread. I knew what was coming, knew what they wanted, and I could do nothing to stop it. As the figures raised their hands, as a blinding light exploded in my vision, I finally understood the purpose of the ritual. It was not just the truck that they were after. It was me. It was my soul. And they had taken it, piece by piece, just like my truck, leaving nothing behind but an empty shell. Story 7. The asphalt ribbon, a black scar, stretched out in front of me. Headlights, twin beams of defiance against the encroaching darkness, sliced through the thick, suffocating night. I'd been driving for what felt like an eternity, the engines drone a monotonous lullaby against the rhythm of my own tired heart. This particular route, the backroads of nowhere, was always a lonely trek. But tonight, there was a different kind of loneliness. A crawling, prickly unease that clung to my skin like a damp shroud. It started subtly, a flicker in the periphery, a shadow that wasn't quite right. I dismissed it at first. The tricks the night plays on a wary mind. But it grew, more insistent, more tangible. Soon, I started noticing movement. Something keeping pace with me. Not another vehicle. Something low. Something fast. Then, in my side mirror, I saw it. A creature impossibly large. Its form shifting in the dim light. A canine, or something like a canine, but walking upright. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its silhouette a grotesque parody of a man. Its fur, a matted mess of black and charcoal gray, seemed to absorb the weak light, leaving it a void against the dark backdrop of the trees. It ran with a disturbing grace, its movements fluid and predatory, an unnatural, looping stride that devoured the distance with shocking ease. I slammed on the gas, the engine roaring its protest against the sudden burst of speed. My rig, a metal beast of burden, vibrated beneath me, hurtling forward, desperate to escape the impossible speed of that thing. I chanced another glance in the mirror, and the creature was closer. Its face, a nightmare of elongated snout and snarling teeth, was turned towards me, its eyes burning with an unholy, predatory light. The reflection in my mirror. It was a demonic visage, a grotesque melding of wolf and man, a beast of legend. I'd heard the stories, the whispered warnings about the dogman, a creature of pure fear, but I had always thought them the ramblings of bored truckers and old wives, tales to be ignored. Now, I was facing it, and the stories were not enough. The snarls started as guttural growls, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated deep within my bones. But then, as it closed in, the sounds changed. The growls twisted, morphing into something else. A whisper. A chilling, sibilant voice that seemed to crawl into my ears, slithering into my mind with ice-cold precision. It spoke. It whispered promises of the pack, of belonging, of a twisted camaraderie in the endless night. "Join us," it hissed, its voice a chorus of rustling leaves and clattering bones. "Become one with the hunt. Your strength, added to ours, will be unmatched. We will feast in the forest, you and us, forever." Bah! My stomach lurched. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to break free from its confines. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white, my vision tunneling into the road ahead. I couldn't stop. I wouldn't. I had to escape. The whispers continued, an insidious soundtrack to my flight. They grew more urgent, more demanding. "The forest awaits, driver. Run all you want. You will be ours. We are already with you. You can feel our presence." Then the asphalt ended. I had driven past the turn-off, my mind in a chaotic haze. The familiar road vanished, replaced by a dirt track, twisting into the dense, black maw of the forest. Trees loomed on either side, gnarled and twisted, their branches skeletal fingers reaching out to grab me, their leaves rustling in the wind, whispering secrets of terror. The woods. The dogman's domain. A place of shadows, where reality frayed and nightmare blood into the world. I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on the loose earth. The truck shuddered, then died. Silence descended, broken only by my ragged breathing. The whispers ceased. The creature had stopped its relentless chase. I could feel its presence, though, a heavy weight pressing down on me. I was trapped. The air, once thick with the roar of the engine, was now heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something feral, something rank and vile that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of the beast. I fumbled for my flashlight, its beam cutting a weak swath through the darkness. I moved to open the door. A sudden, guttural chuckle echoed through the trees, and I froze. The flashlight beam caught the creature, its silhouette a hulking mass, just at the edge of the tree line, its eyes glowing with malevolent anticipation. I saw the gleam of teeth. A long, sharp, canine grin, and that grin seemed to widen, mocking me. I scrambled for my crowbar, the heavy metal a small comfort in the face of the beast, my hands trembling. I stumbled out of the cab, the cold air stinging my face, and I spun to face the dogman. It stood there, its frame immense, its muscles rippling under its fur. It held its arms out to the side, like a macabre invitation. It was closer than it was impossible. It had crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. "It is time," it hissed, its voice no longer a whisper, but a deep, resonating growl that shook the very ground beneath my feet, a voice that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the earth below. "Join us. Become one of us. And run with us in the hunt." I raised the crowbar. The beast laughed again, and this time, the laugh was like a death rattle. A dry, throaty sound. It moved. Not with the loping strides it had used before. It moved like something else. A monster. The beast moved, it bounded, a terrifying rush of fur and teeth. I swung, the crowbar connecting with its thick hide. It might as well have hit granite. The beast roared, and the sound was deafening. The air itself seemed to vibrate. The crowbar was wrenched from my grip, my fingers crushed with impossible force. The creature grabbed me, its claws, like sharpened hooks, piercing through my shirt, searing pain blooming across my chest. I could see its face up close now. The teeth, stained yellow, bared and ready. Its breath, hot and putrid, washed over me, the smell of decay and something else. Something more horrifying, clinging to me, seeping into my very pores. Its eyes. the glowing yellow eyes. They burned into me, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core. I was not escaping this forest, and I was not escaping this creature. I was going to be a part of the pack, as the beast had promised, a mangled, broken thing, a twisted husk of the man I once was. I had become prey. The last thing I saw was the gnashing teeth, and in that final moment there was no escape, only the cold, terrible embrace of the dogman. The final snarl was my name, and then darkness. Story 8. The 18-wheeler, my loyal beast, shuddered. A low growl echoing the storm building in the sky. Rain lashed against the windshield, distorting the already blurred world of endless highway. I was hauling lumber. A monotonous run through the desolate backwoods of Oregon, a route I'd taken countless times. But tonight, the air felt thick, heavy, not just with moisture, but with something else. Something ancient and malevolent. I glanced at the fuel gauge. Low. The nearest truck stop was still a good 30 miles, a journey that suddenly seemed like an eternity. I pulled off the main road, onto a barely discernible dirt track, hoping to find a secluded spot to relieve my bladder and maybe catch a few minutes of sleep. The track twisted deeper into the woods, the trees closing in like grasping claws, their branches skeletal against the bruised twilight. I stopped near a small clearing, the headlights cutting through the oppressive gloom. That's when I saw them. Not the majestic creatures of legend, not the shy, elusive beings of folklore. These were wrong, grotesque. 3 of them, huddled in the rain-soaked clearing. They were tall. Yes, but their limbs were twisted, their skin a sickly gray, like rotted meat. Their eyes, oh God, their eyes were vacant pits of yellow, burning with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. The largest one, presumably the male, let out a guttural screech, a sound that ripped through the silence, a primal scream that spoke of pain and desperation. It moved towards me. Its movements jerky, unnatural, like a puppet with broken strings. Its 2 companions, smaller, possibly offspring, shuffled behind, their eyes never leaving me, filled with that same unsettling hunger. Fear, raw and visceral, seized me, a cold fist squeezing my heart. I reached for my sidearm. 45 caliber I usually kept for troublesome drunks at truck stops, but my hand froze. There was something in their posture, something in their eyes, not hostile, but pleading, a terrible, awful plea. The big one stopped a few feet from my cab, its breath rag, smelling of decay and something indescribably worse. It reached out a hand, gnarled and claw-like, its nails thick and yellowed. It tapped on the door, a sound that echoed in my chest, a death knell. I, against every instinct, lowered the window, a mere crack, my finger hovering on the trigger. The creature leaned in, its face inches from mine, its stench gagging me. It grunted, a low moan that seemed to convey a request. Then it pointed, a stiff, awkward gesture, towards the back of the clearing. I, foolishly, looked. A scene that defied sanity. A crude altar, constructed of moss and stones, sat in the center of the clearing. Upon it, scattered remnants of human remains, a skull, a femur, a ribcage stripped clean, all glistening wetly in the rain. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't a campfire, it was a charnel house. The creature grunted again, then pointed at my truck. Then back to the altar. It wasn't a request, it was a command. They wanted something from me, something to add to their horrifying offering. A realization dawned. It wasn't the lumber they wanted. It was me. Or something I carried. My breath hitched, I backed away from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. The creatures outside shifted, their whimpers growing louder, more insistent. My hand shook, but I had to act. I grabbed my tire iron from beside me and threw open my door, swinging the iron with all my might. trying to crack the larger one's skull. But it barely flinched. Instead, its face contorted into something that could only be described as disappointment. The two smaller ones screeched, a terrifying symphony of despair, as the big one turned and gestured me toward the back of the truck. With trembling hands, I opened the doors to the trailer. I had to. They were forcing me to. The putrid smell that assaulted me made me want to vomit. There, buried amongst the lumber, were the remains of a deer, not long dead. It must have been caught under the truck. They'd smelled it. Their pleading was for this dead, rotting carcass. They descended on the deer like starving vultures. The large one tore at the flesh with its bare teeth, the tendons snapping, the bones cracking. A hideous symphony of feasting. The smaller ones pushed each other aside, their grotesque faces buried in the entrails. It was a frenzy of consumption, a desperate, disgusting dance of survival. My stomach convulsed, bile rising in my throat. I watched, frozen in horror, as they ripped the deer apart, their movements primal, their hunger insatiable. And then, as quickly as it had started, it was over. The deer was gone, reduced to scraps, bones and blood. They turned to me, the look in their eyes. It wasn't hunger anymore, it was expectation. I found myself being pushed, prodded, toward the altar. The large one placed something in my hands, something cold and hard. A human finger. It then gestured towards the altar, then to me, and then to the finger. The rain intensified, washing the blood away, but not the smell, not the horror. A choked sob escaped me as I placed the finger on the altar. It sat there, a grotesque offering, a silent testament to the horrors I'd been forced to witness. They wanted more. They wanted my participation. I found myself forced to help the large one set more bones on the altar, more remains, all of which I had not noticed until now, all scattered around. This went on, a ritual of blood and bone, until the altar was piled high with the macabre collection of death. They began to wail, a chorus of guttural moans that pierced the night. Their eyes were fixed on the sky, their mouths open, as the storm reached its peak. Lighting flashed and split the sky, illuminating their grotesque forms. The wind picked up, carrying their cries into the night, as a deafening clap of thunder shook the earth. A large chunk of the tree beside me came crashing down, landing mere feet away. The trees shook, the ground trembled, and then, the ground gave way. The altar, the creatures, all fell into a massive sinkhole. Screams echoed back from the hole, cut off as the ground sealed itself, leaving only silence and the rain. I stood there, soaked, shaking, the horror etched onto my soul. I stumbled back to my truck, started the engine, and pulled away. I never looked back. I drove, and I have never stopped. I'm still driving even now. I just can't stop. I fear what might happen if I do. I just keep seeing that altar. I just keep seeing their eyes. And I just know they are still out there, waiting, hungry. Story 9. My rig, a beat-up Kenworth named Bessie, was my whole world, my metal cocoon. The drone of the diesel, the hiss of the air brakes, that was the music of my life. I'd hauled everything from pickles to piano parts. Seen every mile of blacktop from here to the coast and back again. I thought I'd heard it all, too. The static crackle of the CB, the endless chatter of the boys on the road, the drunken ramblings after a few too many at the truck stop diner. But I was wrong. So wrong. It started, subtly, a whisper in the static. Not the usual burst of CB feedback. The kind that sends your hand flying to the squelch knob. This was different. Soft, almost like a lover's breath against your ear. I first heard it late one night. Rain lashed at my windshield, blurring the taillights of the semi ahead. The usual jumble of voices faded, replaced by that sound. It wasn't a voice, not at first, more like a hum, a low thrum that resonated deep in my chest. Then, it formed into words, smooth, seductive, like honey poured over velvet. Tired, wary traveler. It purred, the voice weaving its way through the crackling static. It wasn't a male voice, nor female, but something else, something both and neither. Wouldn't you like a change, a smoother road? I gripped the wheel, my knuckles turning white. What the hell was that? I dismissed it as fatigue, a trick of the night. I adjusted the CB, thinking I'd caught a stray broadcast, but the voice came back, clearer this time. It promised me riches, easier routes. Ones where the loads were lighter and the miles flew by. Just follow my direction, it crooned. A simple turn off this dreary road. It offered me a specific off-ramp, a small, poorly marked thing I'd never noticed before. Scoffing, I tried to ignore it, switching to a different channel. The other drivers were there, but their words sounded dull, flat, like cardboard cue-notes compared to that siren song. The voice returned, insistent, almost pleading. It made the grind of my engine seem harsh, the world beyond my cab, gray and uninviting. A flicker of something dangerous, something akin to curiosity, sparked in my gut. Against my better judgment, I took the exit. It was dark, the sign barely visible in the rain. The road quickly deteriorated, the smooth pavement turning to a rutted, gravel track. The trees clawed at Bessie, their branches, skeletal fingers scratching against her metal skin. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of wet earth and something else, something decaying, like autumn leaves and old blood. The CB crackled again, the voice a beacon in the darkness. Deeper. Traveler, don't falter. I should have turned back then. I knew it, but the voice had burrowed its way into my mind. It was a hook in my ear, and I couldn't shake it. The track twisted and turned, plunging further into the woods. The trees grew taller, their bark gnarled and twisted, like tortured bodies. The rain had stopped, leaving behind an unnerving silence. Only the rhythmic thumping of my own heart, and the seductive hum from my CB. I passed old farm equipment, rusted, twisted into unnatural shapes, their metal teeth bared at the sky. They were almost like bones. I started seeing movement at the edges of my headlights, flashes of pale limbs, something human-like but distorted, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. The voice kept cooing, almost there, just a little further. The prize awaits. The further I drove, the more unreal the landscape became. The trees were no longer just trees. They looked like a skeletal forest, their limbs reaching out in long, bony fingers. The air was thick with a strange fog, a pale, ethereal mist that seemed to swirl and writhe. The moon. It looked huge and bloated, like a giant, watchful eye. Finally, I broke through the trees into a clearing. There, in the center, stood a structure that defied any logic or reason. It looked like a cathedral, but built of bone, not stone. Human bones, intertwined and woven together, creating arches and spires, all bathed in an unholy glow emanating from within. The voice, now louder than ever, filled the cab. Welcome home, traveler. Your journey is at an end. A pale figures emerged from the bone cathedral. They were the figures I'd seen at the edge of the woods. Their limbs elongated, their faces masked with bone fragments. They moved with an unnatural grace, their eyes, dark, hollow pits, fixed on me. I tried to back up, but the track behind me had vanished. The clearing, now a circle, enclosed by those damned trees. There were no more escape routes. The figures surrounded Bessie, their bony fingers pressing against her metal frame. I could hear their low, guttural moans, like the wind whistling through a charnel house. I tried to reach for my shotgun, but I was frozen, trapped in a nightmare that had become real. The radio. Its once seductive voice, now a chorus of the damned. was screaming my name, pulling me, drawing me toward that bone cathedral. The driver's side door was ripped open, the metal shrieking as if in pain. They dragged me out, their touch, cold and clammy, like the skin of a corpse. The last thing I saw was the grinning skull of the cathedral, its hollow eye sockets, and the figures pulling me deeper into the darkness. The sound of Bessie's engine died, her heavy metal shell, now one of many twisted artifacts in that unholy place. I am trapped here now. My bones are probably becoming one of the many stones that make up the walls. The music is incessant. The voice, they whisper my name endlessly now, welcoming me home, into a place where there is no more road. Story 10. The highway stretched before me, an endless black ribbon under a bruised, purple sky. My rig, a beast of chrome and steel, rumbled like a slumbering dragon, the only sound besides the whisper of the wind. I was hauling a load of something forgettable, destined for some town I'd probably never remember. And the monotony of the drive was starting to gnaw at the edges of my sanity. That's when I saw it, the faded sign, barely visible in the dying light. Mill Creek Rest Area. It declared in peeling paint, an arrow pointing towards a darkened opening in the trees. I'd been pushing too hard, too long, and the idea of stopping, even at what looked like a forgotten grave, was too tempting to resist. I pulled the rig off the highway and onto a cracked, overgrown asphalt lot. The air instantly grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. A dilapidated picnic table lay on its side like a broken skeleton, and the skeletal remains of a rest stop building leaned precariously to one side. Windows like vacant eye sockets staring into the gloom. The place had a bad energy, a palpable sense of wrongness, but I was too tired to care. I cut the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening, punctuated only by the creaks and groans of the old structure. I climbed down, stretched, and the cold air bit at my exposed skin, sending shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I reached for my thermos, the metal cold against my hand, and as I took a swig, I saw them. Or, at least, I thought I did. Out of the corners of my eyes, shimmering, translucent figures flickered, like heat haze on a hot road. They wore old trucker hats and faded work shirts, their forms distorted and blurry, their eyes burning like embers. When I turned my head, they vanished, leaving only the oppressive quiet in their wake. I told myself it was just exhaustion, tricks of the light and the encroaching darkness. I told myself I needed to sleep. I retreated to the cab, locking the doors with a satisfying click. I settled back against the seat, trying to ignore the gooseflesh that covered my arms. The radio was static, a symphony of white noise and whispers that seemed to form into unintelligible words. I flicked through the channels, hoping for anything, even a country song, but found nothing. Then, a voice scratchy and weak but clear as a bell cut through the static. Turn. Back. Now. I jumped, heart hammering against my ribs, and then, just silence. I attributed it to a faulty signal, maybe some kind of interference, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled deep in my bones. Sleep was a battle, a restless dance with fitful dreams and the persistent feeling of being watched. In my half-sleep, the spectral truckers returned, more defined this time, their expressions twisted in some kind of silent agony. They moved slowly, aimlessly, like lost souls searching for a way out. One, taller than the rest with a grotesque scar that bisected his face, seemed to be trying to reach me, his transparent hand extended, as if desperately trying to convey some unseen message. Each time I woke, the cab felt colder, the air heavier, and the static in the radio more pronounced. The next morning, the fog was thick, clinging to the ground like a shroud. The rest area, looked even more desolate in the pale morning light. The shadows stretched and distorted, making the place appear like a scene from a nightmare. I climbed out of the cab, determined to leave. I was on the verge of starting the engine when I saw it. Carved into the side of the old building, almost obscured by weeds, were words, faded but still legible. Dead Man's Curve, 1973. A shiver ran through me, a cold dread that seeped deeper into my marrow. I ran back to the cab, desperately searching for cell service, but there was nothing, just the dead air. I found it then, a tattered map in the glove box. Old, faded, but clear enough, an old paper map that predated cell service and GPS. Following the road marked on it, there was a curve, sharp and dangerous. A black mark against the blue. It was labeled, Dead Man's Curve. The name struck me as cold and foreboding. My heart pounded against my ribs like a caged animal. I remembered the spectral truckers, their faces twisted in silent horror, their desperate attempts to reach me. Suddenly the fragmented pieces came together like a macabre jigsaw puzzle. Their spectral forms not warnings but a desperate plea. They were trying to stop me. I had to leave, get as far away from this place as possible. But the pull of the road was strong. A siren's call that I couldn't resist. I knew I was making a mistake. I knew the curve, the fatal curve, awaited me, but the fear was replaced by a strange, fatalistic curiosity. I started the engine. The roar a defiant cry against the silent chorus of the dead. As I turned back onto the highway, I glanced in my mirror. They were there again, the spectral truckers, standing by the side of the road, their eyes blazing, their forms more solid now, a collective chorus of silent screaming. The highway wound ahead, the fog clinging to the asphalt. I could see it then, the curve, approaching fast. A black maw waiting to swallow me whole. I tried to brake, but the pedal was stiff, unresponsive. I fought with the wheel, my knuckles white, the heavy rig refusing to obey, careening toward the bend with a relentless momentum. The spectral truckers were alongside me now, some beside my cabin, pressing themselves against the glass, trying to reach for me. Their faces a mask of pure terror. I felt like I was being pulled backward into the past, through the very fabric of time. The world turned to a kaleidoscope of blurred colors and deafening screeching of metal, the sounds of twisted steel and shattering glass. I felt a force beyond my control grab me. I was airborne. Time seemed to slow, and I saw everything in excruciating detail. The sky a bruised purple, the twisted metal, and then, the void. My final thought. A chilling understanding that this was where they had been, and this was where I was always meant to be, lost in the echoes of a tragedy repeated, and now joined by a new member, myself. The engine screamed its last mournful cry, and then silence, the eternal silence of the highway, broken only by the ghostly whispers of truckers caught between worlds. Story 11. The radio crackled. A symphony of static and distant voices, the usual lullaby of the long haul. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white, the endless ribbon of asphalt unspooling before me. My rig, a chrome leviathan named, the Wanderer, hummed a deep, contented song. It was just another run, hauling steel beams from Chicago to Denver, a route I knew like the back of my calloused hand. But tonight, the road felt different, a malevolent presence lurking beneath the familiar blacktop. It started subtly. Flickering shadows danced in my periphery, things that weren't there, gone in the blink of an eye. Then, the road itself seemed to shift, a liquid ripple distorting the lines, like some vast, black serpent was slithering beneath the surface. I shook my head, blaming the late hour and the gallons of coffee, but the unease grew, a cold dread that snaked its way down my spine. The first real sign came at mile marker 312. A tractor trailer. Its cab twisted into a grotesque pretzel, lay abandoned in the median. The tires were peeled away, like the skin of some discarded fruit, and the metal was warped, not by impact, but as if something had swallowed it. The air hung heavy, thick with the stench of burnt rubber, and something else, something acrid and unnatural. I hit the brakes. Curiosity warring with a primal urge to floor the pedal and get out of there. But a morbid fascination held me rooted to my seat. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the inky blackness. And then, I saw it. The asphalt rippled, not just a distortion, but a definite movement. It was as if the road itself had come alive. A long, undulating form, black as pitch, rose from the ground. A massive, serpentine shape, its surface composed of cracked asphalt, tire treads, and fragments of shattered glass. It was a living nightmare, a thing of tar and torment, a road serpent. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The creature, if that's what it was easily the size of a small train. Its head was a mangled mess of broken concrete and twisted steel. The outline of a headlight still visible, like a single, vacant eye staring right through me. It let out a sound, a low, guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate my very bones. This wasn't just some truck wreck. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something evil, something that shouldn't exist. I scrambled back into the cab, my hands shaking so badly I nearly fumbled the ignition. I jammed my foot on the gas, the wanderer roaring to life, eager to escape the encroaching horror. But the road serpent was faster than I could ever have imagined. It surged forward, its asphalt body churning, its shadow stretching and engulfing the road ahead. The ground feeling like gelatin beneath my tires, sending tremors through my chassis. The wanderer fishtailed, the trailer rocking precariously behind me. I gripped the wheel even tighter, my gaze fixed on the road ahead, desperately trying to maintain control. The road surface buckled and twisted, chunks of asphalt flying like shrapnel. The serpent was hunting me. No longer a silent presence in the periphery, but a ravenous beast on the chase. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and the sight made my blood run cold. The serpent's massive body was closing, its jaws of torn metal and broken cement yawning wide, revealing a cavernous, black maw. It was ready to swallow me whole. The air was thick with the smell of hot tar and burnt rubber, a cloying, choking odor that filled the cab. I could feel the heat radiating from its body, the asphalt shimmering like a mirage in the night. I mashed the accelerator to the floor, the wanderer's engine screaming in protest. I weaved frantically, trying to avoid the serpentine shadow that was gaining ground with every second. The road was no longer my alley. It was the very embodiment of my doom. The landscape had become a monstrous canvas of dark, undulating forms, the familiar shapes of the highway replaced by the horrifying form of my pursuer. The truckers, I've always thought, are a special breed. We're the loners, the wanderers, but tonight I was just prey. I was a man desperately trying to outrun a nightmare made real. The radio crackled again, but this time it wasn't static. It was a chorus of terrified voices, other truckers, their words choked with panic and disbelief. They were seeing it too. They were running from it too. I was no longer alone in my terror, but that didn't make it any easier. The serpent was close, so close I could feel the vibrations of its movement, the very air around me shaking with its presence. I saw my chance, a narrow side road veering off into a patch of scrub. It was a gamble, an escape route not meant for an 18-wheeler, but it was my only chance. I wrenched the wheel, the wanderer screeching in protest, its tires struggling for purchase on the loose gravel. The road serpent, its massive form shifting with terrifying speed, followed me, its bulk shaking the very earth. I could feel the heat on my face, the the putrid stench of its asphalt breath filling the cab. The trees on either side were mere shadows now. The world having been consumed by the monstrous form of the serpent, it was now closing the gap, its open maw ready to swallow me whole. With one last, desperate surge, I steered the Wander up the steep incline of the side road, the front tires spinning, finding purchase at the last second. Then I felt the road beneath me shudder, and I knew that the serpent was no longer content with chasing. It was going to claim me. The front of the Wanderer climbed up the small hill, as the back of the truck fell back on the main road. Then, in one monstrous motion, the road serpent reared back and swallowed the trailer of my rig in one horrifying gulp. The force of the serpent slamming into the truck mocked my whole cab violently. I was thrown forward, my head cracking against the steering wheel, and the last thing I saw, the last thing I ever will see, is the asphalt maw closing around the cabin, the darkness consuming everything, a final, guttural rumble, then nothing but black, and the cold, suffocating taste of the road itself. Story 12. The GPS was glitching, a digital seizure of squiggly lines and nonsensical directions. I, a veteran hauler with enough road dust in my beard to choke a mule, should have known better than to trust the damn thing in the first place. I should have used the good old atlas. My rig, a Peterbilt 379 I lovingly called the Beast, was my home, my castle, and tonight, apparently, my chariot into hell. I was hauling a load of, what else, but frozen chickens to some processing plant way out in the boonies, when that cursed GPS spat out a new route. Something about a shortcut, it claimed. Foolish me. The road, it was like it had materialized from the shadows. It wasn't on my atlas, no map had ever shown it. It was just there. An inky black ribbon unspooling into the night. It felt wrong. The asphalt was slick and cold, not warm like the others, like a serpent's skin, and the air, it hung heavy and stagnant. The trees lining it, they were twisted and gnarled like skeletal fingers, reaching, trying to claw something down. I felt a shiver creep down my spine. The radio, it was all static, spitting back a chorus of white noise. I figured, well, I'd gone this far, what the hell? The first few miles weren't too bad, just that awful silence and the feeling of dread. Then, I saw them. Other rigs, hulking, rusting behemoths, abandoned, scattered like forgotten toys in a sandbox. The cab lights were all dead. The trailers, they lay askew. It looked like some kind of trucking graveyard. The whole scene felt wrong, like a scene out of a demented nightmare, painted by some lunatic. Then, I saw the shadows. They flickered. Just at the edge of my headlights, they seemed like they were moving too quickly to be real shadows. That's when the first one of them emerged. It was a truck. Or something that used to be a truck. It was a twisted, mangled version of a Peterbilt like mine, but its metal was fused with flesh and bone. Its cab was a mass of pulsating, bloody tissue, like some grotesque tumor, and where the windshield should have been, there was a gaping maw, filled with rows of jagged, needle-sharp teeth. It had headlights that glowed, with a sick, yellow light, and it lumbered forward on tires that were distended and swollen with vines. A second and a third, they emerged from the darkness, other, nightmarish vehicles. Some looked like tankers, their tanks filled with something that churned and bubbled, and other, like flatbeds, their loads were things I didn't want to comprehend, too grotesque to look at for too long. I slammed the pedal to the floor. The beast roared back to life. I needed to get the hell out of there. They were faster than they looked, though. One of them, a tanker, with tendrils of black, tar-like goo, oozing from its seams, swerved into my path. It rammed into my side, a sickening crunch of metal, and the truck shuddered and groaned. I fought to keep the beast on the road, and I looked in my side mirror. The monster trucks were gaining on me, their maw-like headlights, cutting through the darkness like a butcher's blade. They were not just trucks. They were like the physical manifestation of some trucker's nightmare, a cursed existence, turned into something monstrous. I saw one up close, a creature that used to be a cabover. Its cab was split open, revealing a mass of pulsating organs that looked like they'd been turned inside out. It was like it was a human heart. And the engine, it sounded like a choked, gurgling cough. I could hear its metal and bone grating against each other as it moved. The sound was so horrible, it sent shivers up my spine, a symphony of pure horror. It felt like it was a being in immense pain. It felt like the horror of being alone and being trapped and twisted into something else. This world, it was a cage. And they were the prisoners turned predators. I was driving like a man possessed, my heart hammering against my ribs. I took the sharpest turn I could manage, tires screaming in protest. The beast was damaged, wounded, but it was still moving. The road ahead seemed to twist and turn, and the gnarled trees, they seemed to close in on me, like I was being squeezed into a tight fist. In the distance, I saw a glimmer of light, like a false beacon of hope. I swerved, avoiding another one of the mutated wrecks. It was like a Mac that was dripping with a thick, black ichor that smoked as it fell on the asphalt. I knew I could not let them get close. I needed to get to that light, no matter what. The light grew closer. It was a gas station. But not any gas station I had ever seen. It was run down, decrepit, and the sign was hanging, crooked and broken. It was the only sign of human life, but something was very off about the place. I pulled in, slamming the brakes, the tires squealing in protest, and I jumped out of the truck. The air was even heavier here, thick with the stench of rust and decay and something else. Something like blood and rot, and something metallic and sharp. There, leaning against a rusty fuel pump, was a figure. It was me, or at least some monstrous parody of me. He was tall, with my beard, but his eyes were empty, black pits. His skin was stretched, and gray and cracked, and a jagged, rusted hook protruded from his left hand, like a twisted replacement for the human hand. He smiled, a horrifying rictus, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, like the teeth of a predator. He was my nightmare. And then, the other truck monsters, they converged. They were closing in, surrounding me. The warped, twisted version of myself spoke, his voice a guttural growl. "You cannot escape, brother," he said, his voice like sand and gravel. "You are part of us now." He lunged, with the hook trying to drag me into their horrific nightmare. I ducked, rolled, and I grabbed a rusty crowbar and swung it with all my might. It struck his mutated face. He reeled back and growled again, this time like an animal, more animal than man. I screamed out, a primal scream. My own reflection was trying to drag me into its abyss. It was all out of time. The world around me warped, it twisted and blurred. The monstrous me jumped. I knew this was it. I closed my eyes. The crowbar swung true. I felt it connect. There was a wet crunch and a sickening gurgle. The world began to shift. I felt myself being pulled through something. The metallic screech and the gurgling and hisses faded. I opened my eyes. I was back on the highway. The sun was rising. I was back in my world. The GPS was gone. My atlas lay open on the seat beside me. The frozen chickens they were, as cold as ever. But I was shaking, sweat dripping down my face. I looked in my mirror, and I saw a glint of blood still on my crowbar. I knew what I saw was real. I had been there, and I knew they were still waiting. On the road that does not and should never exist. Story 13. The rumble of the 18-wheeler vibrated deep in my chest, a familiar song. Highway 40. It was a ribbon of black tar, unspooling into the inky maw of the Texas night. The radio crackled, a distant voice, fading in and out, like a ghost trying to speak. I adjusted my seat. The worn leather groaning beneath me, a sound like an old man's bones. This wrote, I'd driven it countless times, it was a part of me, a second skin, almost. But tonight, the air hung thick and heavy like a shroud. Something felt different. The moon was a bruised eye, peering down from the heavens, its light weak and watery, doing little to dispel the shadows, which seemed to writhe and stretch with a life of their own. I'd seen things out here, on these lonely roads. Things that most wouldn't believe, and to be honest, things that I wished I could unsee. But tonight was different. Oh yes, tonight was profoundly different. I passed a sign. It read, Harmony Springs, 12 miles. A flicker of memory, a town that never showed on any map I had. I'd never seen it before, not once in all my years on the road. I blinked, and for a second, the sign was gone, replaced by a swirling darkness that seemed to suck in the very light itself. Then, it was there again, the sign, plain and simple, like nothing had happened. I shook my head a little, tired, I told myself, just tired. A few miles later, I saw it. A figure, standing by the side of the road, silhouetted against the pale moon. It looked human, at first, just someone needing a lift. I slowed. I've picked up hitchhikers before. It wasn't uncommon. As I got closer, the shape resolved and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a person, not exactly. It was tall, impossibly so, and thin, like a scarecrow, draped in rags or something that had once been clothing. Its limbs were elongated and bent at unnatural angles, like they'd been broken and healed poorly. Its face was a nightmare, a canvas of bone and stretched skin, with eyes that burned like embers in the darkness. No nose or lips, just an empty hollow, where they should be, and teeth, rows of them, needle-sharp and yellowed. Exposed in a silent grin, it stood there, staring directly at me, not moving, just waiting, silently, menacingly. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I accelerated, my foot heavy on the pedal, wanting to be away as fast as the engine would carry me. I didn't look back. The radio went silent, only static filled the cab, a high-pitched whine that burrowed deep into my skull. The truck felt different now, too, heavier, somehow, like I was hauling, not cargo, but something else, something darker. My hands were slick with sweat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked at my rear view mirror. The figure was still there, standing at the edge of the road, not moving an inch, as if it was attached to the ground itself. But it was much closer. It was closing on me, and yet the truck's speed stayed exactly the same. It felt impossible. I tried changing lanes, hoping to get away, but the truck wouldn't respond, as if something had taken control of the steering wheel. It was like being in a nightmare, the kind where you're trying to run, but your legs are made of lead. Then the figure moved at an impossible speed, blurring towards me. It wasn't running. It was gliding over the ground, its long limbs flailing as if it was caught in some invisible current. and it was smiling, still, that terrible smile. I focused ahead, my eyes locked on the road, trying to block out the horror in my mirrors. I looked for any sign of civilization, anything that could break this terrifying spell. But there was only the endless road, the endless darkness, and the ever-present, impossible figure. I tried the radio again. Still, only static. It felt like I had driven for hours. My throat was dry and my stomach churned with a nauseating fear. The road ahead twisted and turned, and as I rounded a bend, I saw it again, the sign for Harmony Springs, now even closer. It was like the town was calling me towards it, towards that thing that was chasing me. And then, I saw the town, or rather, what it had become. It wasn't a collection of buildings or homes. No. It was a labyrinth of bones. Twisted skeletons of houses reaching up like skeletal fingers. It felt like a graveyard, and the shadows were darker and deeper than I had ever seen. This place was not of this earth. The figure was now beside my truck, its long fingers scrabbling against the metal door, leaving streaks of a greasy, black substance in their wake. The scratching was a terrible sound, like fingernails on a chalkboard. The figure's face was now pressed against the window, those burning eyes boring into mine, the stench of decay wafting in. Through the cracks in the glass, it let out a sound, not a growl or a scream, but a rasping, wet sound like a lung struggling for air. Then it happened. The truck shuddered violently. The world went black. My body felt weightless. I wasn't inside the truck anymore. I was floating in a space that wasn't a space. The stars were no longer stars, but pulsing, red lights that seemed to beat like hearts. I looked down and saw the truck, twisted and broken, at the edge of that twisted town. And then I saw the figure walking toward it, or maybe toward it, or maybe not walking, but being pulled by something unseen. Its limbs were moving in a different way now, like they were controlled by some unseen force, some puppet master. Then I saw more figures, emerging from the shadows, their bodies emaciated and twisted, their eyes burning, their teeth sharp and predatory. They were all reaching for me, their skeletal fingers grasping. They were pulling me in. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was dry and my body felt like lead. And then, they were on me, their cold, skeletal hands, pulling me and tearing into my flesh as they dragged me down into the darkness. I felt my life draining from me, and I knew that this was the end. Harmony Springs had claimed another soul. The static was getting louder, louder. Story 14. The first time, it was just a flicker, a shadow at the edge of the headlights, out there on the lonely stretch of Highway 16. I'd been pushing hard, trying to make up for lost time, the engine rumbling a guttural song of the road. The radio was spitting static, a garbled symphony to the bleak landscape. I saw him, a figure hunched by the side of the road. Just a kid, it seemed, all limbs and angles. Standing so still he looked like he'd been carved from the night itself. I'm no saint, but it was cold, and something about the way he stood there, so vulnerable, it made my gut twist. I pulled over, the air brakes hissing like a disturbed snake. He didn't move until I opened the passenger door, just stared, eyes like polished obsidian, catching the faint light. He was young, maybe 17, skinny, pale as bone, and wearing clothes that looked like they'd been scavenged from a dumpster. No backpack, no nothing, just him. He slid into the seat, quiet as a tomb. I tried a greeting, a gruff hello, but he just looked straight ahead, his face a blank slate. The air in the cab suddenly felt heavy, thick, like I was breathing molasses. After about an hour, I glanced over again and he was gone, vanished. He hadn't made a sound, hadn't shifted in his seat. It was like he had evaporated. I reached over to grab my coffee, and that was when I saw it. A small, smooth river stone, the color of dried blood, sitting on the dash. I hadn't seen it there before. I tossed it in the glove box, chalking it up to some weird kid, or maybe I was just tired. 2 weeks later, same stretch of road. The same damn kid, standing in the same spot. It sent a shiver up my spine. I almost kept going, but that same twisted feeling in my gut, the guilt, wouldn't let me. I pulled over again. He looked the same, gaunt and unsettlingly still. The obsidian eyes pinned me to the spot as he climbed into the cab. The air went thick again. The silence pressed in on me like the walls of a coffin. This time, I tried to talk. Asking him questions about his name, where he was headed. No response. Nothing. I could feel my own heart hammering against my ribs, each beat like a drum roll to a funeral. He didn't vanish this time, not until I reached my destination. A truck stop in the middle of nowhere. I parked up and went inside. When I returned, he was gone. And sitting on the dash was a small, polished black bone, about the size of a finger. Not a human one, but animal, I think. Still, it was deeply unsettling. It had taken the place of the rock. I felt my skin crawl. I wrapped it in a napkin and threw it into the nearest bin. This wasn't right. I needed to forget this. I tried. I really tried to forget about him. But the image of those eyes, that stillness, it kept coming back to me, in my dreams, when I was trying to concentrate on the road. The next time, it was a month later. I was cursing to myself. I'd been trying to avoid that stretch of the highway, taking longer routes. But deadlines loomed, and there he was. He was standing there, bathed in the unholy glow of my headlights. I hesitated, my hands clammy on the wheel, but, God help me, I stopped. He climbed in, his movements like the slow, deliberate turn of a rusted gear. The air in the cab became something else. It was heavy, and thick and smelled of damp earth, of decay. He didn't leave me until I pulled into the yard. And this time, the thing on the dash made me gasp. It was a small skull, about the size of my fist, white and smooth, like alabaster. But it had eye sockets and a jaw that seemed to gape at me, silently screaming. It had taken the place of the bone. I wanted to run, to abandon the truck, but I had to move it. I took the skull out with a pair of work gloves. I wrapped it in a tarp and threw it into a dumpster. I could feel the weight of its empty gaze burning into the back of my skull. The next night I slept fitfully. After that, I was desperate. I tried to avoid him at all costs. But he kept showing up, always the same stretch of road. Always with me stopping. Always with something new on the dash. Each time, larger, more terrible than the last. A bird's skull, then a fox's jawbone, then a mummified paw. Each item felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. The silence in the cab became a screaming void. The air grew thick. The smell of earth and decay became overpowering. I could feel myself changing, as if part of me was turning into the dead things he was leaving. I felt like some kind of cursed conduit. The last time, it was just last week. I knew it was coming. I could feel it in the air, in the way the road unspooled in front of me, like a long black thread leading to my doom. I saw him standing there in the flickering lights. He looked different this time. Somehow, still pale, still, but taller, broader, and the eyes, they burned brighter. It was like looking into the very heart of the abyss. He didn't get into the cab this time. He didn't have to. He just stood there, right in front of the truck. The silence was immense, like the silence of the grave. I was frozen, my hands locked onto the wheel, as he slowly raised his hand. The skin of it was loose, pale. A long finger, black at the tip, pointed, with an impossibly long nail extended, and it pointed to the dash. It wasn't a skull. Or bones. It wasn't a mummified paw. The entire dash had been replaced with something else. It was the thing's ribcage. The bones, still slick with an oily, black substance, stretched all the way across. They moved slightly. As I looked at them, the bones began to open, like a gaping maw. The air around me crackled with a strange energy. My vision started to swim, and that's when I saw it. The thing's heart, beating slow and steady, within its own ribs. It pumped, and each pump forced out a wet, black substance. It dripped onto the floor of the truck. The heart, glistening and pulsing. And, from within, it watched me. I started to scream, but I couldn't hear anything. The darkness was rushing in. It flooded the cab. It flooded me. My last thought before it all went black was the realization that I was becoming the next object. A hollow, empty thing for the dash. Story 15. The call came late. A voice, thick with what I first thought was a country drawl, promised good money. Not good. Good, but shut your mouth good, for a single run. Livestock, they said. Nothing specific. Just livestock. My rig, Bessie, was purring, itching for a haul, and my wallet was wheezing like an old bellows. I accepted. The directions were cryptic. A rambling road that twisted through forgotten pockets of this godforsaken state. The GPS was useless, blinking like a confused firefly. I trusted my gut, and the hand-drawn map they'd emailed, a crude thing that seemed to be stained with something dark and oily. The air grew heavy, a blanket of humid, suffocating silence. The trees, tall, gnarled sentinels, seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers. I found the farm, finally, or what passed for one. A place that looked as if the earth itself was sick. The house, a 2-story monstrosity of rotting wood, sagged like an old man with a broken back. The porch, missing planks, yawned like a toothless maw. The air reeked, not of manure, as you'd expect, but of something else, something cloying, sweet, and sickeningly metallic. I parked Bessie, the rumble of the engine swallowed by the oppressive quiet. A figure emerged from the shadows of the porch, tall, gaunt, and with eyes that held no light, only a cold, unsettling gleam. He introduced himself as Caleb. His handshake felt like grasping a bundle of dry twigs. Caleb led me to the barn, a colossal structure that seemed to groan under its own weight. Inside, the smell intensified, turning my stomach. It was a charnel house, not a barn. Not a place for livestock. Rows of stalls, built with rough-hewn timber, held not cattle or pigs, but grotesque, misshapen things. They were pale, skin stretched tight over bone, and their limbs, bent at unnatural angles, twitched with a jerky, frantic energy. They emitted soft, pained whimpers, like puppies trapped in a well. I realized, with a jolt of ice in my veins, they were human. Deformed, broken humans, their eyes wide with a terror I understood completely. Caleb, as if sensing my unease, offered a thin, bloodless smile. "Our special breed, friend," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "Very fertile." He tapped one of the cages with his long, bony finger. A figure inside flinched, their skin rippling under the motion. He explained it as a special way of enriching the soil. The way he said it, the way he looked at these tormented creatures, sent a chill down my spine. The air hung heavy with the scent of something decaying. Something, I realized with dawning horror, that came from the livestock. The metallic scent was blood, dried and fresh. They needed help, they said, with harvesting. That word, coming from his lips, turned my blood to slush. What followed was a scene of such depraved horror, my mind tries to blot it out even now. Caleb, and two other figures, a woman, equally gaunt. and another man with a face that looked like it'd been gnawed on by rats began to harvest the creatures. They didn't use tools, not in the way I understood. Instead, they seemed to draw fluids from them, using strange, glass tubes that snaked from the creatures' bodies. The fluids, viscous and dark, collected in large, crude containers. It smelled of death. And something worse. I watched, rooted to the spot, my body refusing to cooperate, my senses screaming for escape. They moved with a practiced efficiency, a macabre ballad of cruelty. This wasn't farming. This was something else entirely, something ancient, something evil. The woman caught my eye, her gaze as empty as a void. She offered me a smile, a gruesome display of yellowed, pointed teeth. "Soon, friend," she said. "You'll see, soon." What was coming soon? The third man, the one with the ruined face, started to sharpen a tool. A wickedly curved blade that glinted under the dim barn lights. He kept glancing my way, his eyes hungry. He was sharpening it on a stone, slow deliberate movements. The rasp of metal against stone. Echoing in the cavernous barn was a soundtrack to my impending doom. They wanted me. I realized, the full weight of their intentions crushing me. I was not a hauler, I was the haul. I was the next harvest. I tried to run. I stumbled backward, my boots slipping on the slick barn floor. They didn't chase, not at first. They just watched, a silent, predatory circle closing around me. Then, Caleb stepped forward, his voice a low, menacing hum. "We don't want you to go, friend," he said, and the others joined him. The hunt was on, and I was the prey. I charged towards the barn door, a desperate gamble. I smashed through, splintering the rotten wood, and burst out into the suffocating night. My lungs burned. My heart hammered against my ribs. I saw Bessie, my rig, just a few yards away. I scrambled toward her, fumbling with the door handle. I got inside, slammed the door, and tried to turn the key. My hands shaking so hard I thought I would break it off. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound of defiance. I slammed the rig into gear and tore out of there. Gravel spraying from under the tires. They were behind me. I saw them in the rearview mirror, their gaunt forms flitting through the shadows like wraiths. They were fast. Too fast. I felt their eyes on me, burning holes in the back of my head. They were gaining, and Bessie, for all her power, wasn't fast enough. One of them jumped onto the running board. Their fingers scrabbling at the door, a grotesque hand tapping on the window. I gripped the wheel and swerved the truck sharply. The figure was thrown off. But now, Caleb was on the hood, his face, inches from my windshield, twisted into a mask of pure, unholy rage. He slammed his fist on the glass, a spiderweb of cracks forming around his hand. He began to tear at the glass, nails scraping against the surface. He was going to get in. I wouldn't let him. With a roar of primal fury, I slammed on the brakes. Caleb flew from the hood, smacking the ground, and the truck lurched forward, the enormous weight of it crushing the thing that had tormented me. His bones crunched under the weight of the rig, and then he went silent. The other two stopped. They stared at me, at their leader, a broken, ruined mass beneath Bessie's tires. They didn't move. They didn't chase. They just stood there, their eyes burning holes in the dark. Their faces filled with something close to respect, or maybe something else, something far more sinister. Something that understood that the hunt, for now, was over. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I just drove, as fast as Bessie could carry me, praying that the images of that place, and the smell of death, would someday fade. But somehow, I doubt that they ever will. Story 16. The hum of the rig, a deep, guttural purr, vibrated through my bones. It was a familiar song, the soundtrack to my life on the long, lonely stretches of asphalt. I'd seen countless sunrises bleed across the horizon, each one a repeat performance. I was a ghost of the road, a phantom in my 18-wheeled chariot. But this trip was different. It began subtly, a twitch in the periphery, a fleeting glimpse of black against the bruised, purple dusk. Crows. An unusual number of them. They weren't the usual scattered scavengers, pecking at roadkill. These were different. They were an organized legion. They lined the highway, perched on signs, their obsidian eyes following my every move. They were waiting for me. It was then that the pecking began. A constant, frantic tapping, like tiny hammers against the steel of my cab. At first, it was just an annoyance, a rhythmic, maddening drone. Then, it morphed. It became deliberate. I saw them, the individual crows, their beaks rapping against the metal in a calculated sequence. They were trying to communicate. The first time I heard the voice, I nearly swerved off the road. A raspy, broken whisper, carried on the wind, the words fragmented and distorted. Stop. Not safe. It was the crows. They were talking to me. Not with their caws, but with some other form of vocalization, some unholy manipulation of air and sound, coming from their beaks, a strangled attempt at human speech. My knuckles went white around the steering wheel. I tried to tell myself it was the sleep deprivation, the endless drone of the engine playing tricks with my mind. I slammed down on the pedal, the rig roaring in protest as I tried to outrun them. But they followed, the black mass streaming through the sky like a living, breathing cloud, their whispers echoing around my cab. Hidden. Seek they. Wait. They said. These fragmented sentences. Each one a chilling testament to some terrible purpose. I had heard of old wives' tales about crows and omens. But this was different. This was sinister, a malevolent chorus directed solely at me. I decided to pull into a truck stop, a beacon of grazy spoons and lukewarm coffee in the encroaching darkness. The parking lot was desolate, only a couple of other rigs, hulking shadows under the sickly yellow lights. The crows landed, an army of black against the gray asphalt, their pecking resuming, their whispering now louder, more desperate. Turn. Away. Stop. Cult. The truck stop was the kind you find in the middle of nowhere, the kind where the air is thick with stale cigarette smoke and the lingering scent of fried food. The waitress, a woman with eyes as vacant as a forgotten well, barely glanced at me. A single trucker sat in the corner booth, his back to me. An unusual silence seemed to engulf the place. I tried ordering a coffee, my voice trembling. My usual routine, but something was wrong, something felt off. As I sipped the bitter brew, I saw them. Shadows moving in the corners of the room. Fleeting glimpses of pale faces, eyes that didn't reflect the light. They were everywhere, in the dim recesses, lurking behind pillars. They just seemed to be slowly closing in. The whispering started again, this time inside my head. The crows were projecting, they were inside my mind. See you. The words, cold and alien, resonated in my skull. They weren't just warnings anymore. They were taunts. I looked at the trucker in the corner. He turned his head, a slow, deliberate movement, his face gaunt and unsettling, his eyes a milky white. He wasn't looking at me directly. He was looking through me, as if I was already a ghost, a specter of the road. I threw down a crumpled bill and ran. The crowds swarmed the exit, their bodies jostling me as I clambered back into the cab. The engine roared to life, a defiant bellow against the oppressive silence. I was desperate to get away, to get as far away as possible. The whispers were deafening. One. Off. Them. My blood ran cold. I looked down at my own hands, pale and trembling on the steering wheel. Something was happening. Something inside of me. Inside my head. I felt an awful warmth spreading in my skull. The whispers intensified, forming into a single cohesive thought. I was one of them. I had been chosen. They had found me. The crows were no longer warning me. They were welcoming me. The other trucker had been looking at me to test me, to see if I was ready. My hands gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. But I wasn't moving to avoid, to get away, but instead my foot slammed on the accelerator, my eyes glazed over, focusing on the endless stretch of highway before me, the empty road stretching like an invitation. My mind was not my own. I could feel the crows filling my thoughts, their dark presence wrapping around my sanity like a shroud. I had become an instrument of their purpose. I was driving, not of my own volition, but by the cold will of the sinister cult, guided by the whispers of the flock. They had won. I was theirs. The road ahead was no longer just a road. It was a path leading into the darkness, a highway to a nightmare, and I was driving right into the very heart of it. The whispers were triumphant now, a cacophony of voices, each one a step further into madness. I was one of them. Story 17. The dispatch was odd, even for a Friday. A single crate, no manifest. Just a handwritten address leading to a place, deep in the Appalachian foothills, that didn't show up on any map. Private residence. The slip read, the ink of faded violet. The paper thin and brittle, like dried skin. I'd seen a lot of things hauled, everything from live chickens to antique furniture. But this felt different, like a thread pulling you into a spider's web. The road twisted, a black ribbon against the bruised purple of the dusk. The trees grew taller, their branches gnarled, like skeletal arms reaching for my rig. Fog, thick as graveyard mist, clawed at the headlights, swallowing everything beyond the immediate. The air grew heavy, pregnant with an unnatural stillness. I felt a knot forming in my gut, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the long haul. Finally, the mansion loomed. A Gothic behemoth, its windows like vacant eyes, staring into my soul. The stone was black, slick with moisture, and seemed to pulse faintly under the weak beam of my truck's lights. The gate, wrought iron twisted into grotesque faces, groaned open, as if by an unseen hand. I parked on the gravel drive, the crunch of the stones unnervingly loud in the unnatural quiet. The front door was massive, oak darkened with age. I knocked. The sound swallowed by the vastness of the house. After what felt like an eternity, it creaked open, revealing a woman. Her skin was alabaster white, her eyes unnervingly large and dark. Her dress, something out of a bygone era, hung heavy with lace. Her smile was fixed, too wide. It didn't reach her eyes. "You must be the delivery," she stated. Her voice, a silken whisper, seemed to vibrate in the air. "Please come in." The foyer was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of dust and old perfume. Portraits lined the walls, their subjects with unsettlingly similar, vacant eyes. They seemed to watch me, their painted smiles unnerving. As I turned to follow her, I saw other figures lurking in the shadows, tall, pale, and silent. They were unnervingly still, like mannequins, or perhaps something worse. "The crate is this way," she said, leading me down a hallway. The floorboards creaked with each step, the sound echoing eerily. She stopped before a door, its wood black as pitch, and opened it. Inside, the room was dim, lit only by a single flickering candle. In the center sat the crate. It was plain wood, no markings, no indication of its contents. "Please, set it down here," she purred, her gaze unwavering. I felt a strange compulsion to obey, as if her voice was weaving its way into my thoughts. As I wrestled the crate from my rig, I noticed a faint scratching sound coming from within it, the sound of tiny claws on wood. A shiver ran down my spine. "Now," the woman said, her smile widening, "it's time for you to meet the family." She clapped her hands, the sound sharp in the silence, and the figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes fixed on me. They moved like puppets, stiff, unnatural, each twitching slightly as they approached. One, an old man with thin white hair, stepped forward. His skin was translucent, revealing the blue veins beneath like spiderwebs. He lifted his hand, and with an unnerving smoothness, a thick, almost invisible thread appeared in his fingers. He pointed to me and the thread extended toward my head, then it vanished as it touched me. Suddenly, I could feel it, like a hair or a silken strand, wrapping itself around my thoughts. I felt the familiar sensation of my limbs moving. But it wasn't me. Panic seized me. They were controlling them, and they were trying to control me. I felt a pull, a tug toward them. I tried to resist, to fight, but it was like trying to outrun the tide. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, only a silent gurgle of terror. My body was being taken over. Bit by bit. I felt my fingers twitching, my feet moving, pulling me towards them. The family began to circle me, the threads now visible on their hands, like glowing strands of web. They laughed. A chorus of high, thin giggles that grated against my sanity. The woman clapped again, and this time, they began to manipulate themselves, their bodies moving in grotesque, jerky motions, their heads lolling on their necks. They were, indeed, puppets, their lives dictated by these vile puppeteers. My own body began to mimic their movements, my limbs bending at unnatural angles, my head tilting, my smile widening into a grotesque parody of a human expression. I tried to fight, to regain control, but the threads were now too strong. My thoughts flickered, fading in and out like a dying candle. They were making me dance for them. I saw their faces, their hollow eyes, their cruel smiles. My own mind screamed, but my body laughed. I was becoming one of them, one of their grotesque, living toys. I lurched forward, joining their macabre dance. I realized they were not only controlling movement, but thought. I was not myself anymore. I tried to think of home, of my truck, but the thoughts were weak, fading like a dream. The mansion became a vortex, swallowing me whole. Then, a flicker, a spark, in the depths of my mind. It was anger, a pure, burning rage. The feeling of violation, of being controlled, ignited something within me. I wasn't done. Not yet. I tried to control my hands, to push against the strings. My fingers began to twitch and claw towards the thread that attached to my mind. The family seemed taken aback. I focused all my will. I pulled. A strand of glowing fiber snapped, and it kept happening, one at a time. The old man hissed, his smile faltering, his eyes wide with a mixture of rage and surprise. The woman let out a sharp, frustrated shriek. My body, still jerky and unnatural, began to move on its own accord, fighting the threads that were trying to bind me. I threw out my hands, my fingers clawing, catching the threads and ripping them apart one by one. It was a chaotic struggle, a war for my own mind, my own body, my own soul. My body moved like a marionette, possessed by opposing wills. A violent struggle to break free. I lunged forward, my hand grasping for the old man, my fingers closing on his throat. I squeezed, with all the force I could muster. The fight that I had stored in me over decades of long hauls. His translucent skin turned a ghastly shade of purple. He struggled, his hand clawing at my arm. Then, with a sickening crack, his head snapped back. The woman screamed, a sound of pure fury and despair. The other puppets, now freed from their master's control, fell to the floor like discarded dolls. She lunged at me, her eyes burning with hatred. But I was faster now, free. I met her eyes, they flickered between fury and confusion, and then I saw the fear. I grabbed a heavy candelabra off of the wall, and smashed it into her skull. The mansion was silent except for my heavy breathing. The candle flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I was free. The threads were gone. I was, once again, myself. But the horror of what I had experienced, the feeling of being controlled, of being nothing more than a puppet, would forever be etched into my soul. I stumbled from the house, leaving the grotesque puppets in the dark of that mansion, leaving the mansion behind me. I never stopped driving, putting as much space as I could between me and that wretched place. Story 18. The radio crackled, a static whisper against the relentless hum of my rig. Rain lashed against the windshield, blurring the already desolate highway into a ribbon of smeared gray. I'd been on this lonely stretch of I-80 for hours. Just me, the road, and the endless, oppressive darkness. Dispatch had called it in, a flatbed with a busted axle, abandoned near mile marker 773. Easy money, Jake, they'd said. Just hook it and haul it. Easy money. Yeah, right. I found it, nestled forlornly on the shoulder. It was an old Peterbilt, paint faded to a sickly green. Dust and grime clung to it like a shroud. No lights, no hazards, just a silent, hulking presence in the gloom. As I approached, I noticed that the front right tire had completely detached. The metal had torn apart like tin foil. Something felt off. A cold shiver skittered down my spine, a warning that went unheeded. I hitched it up, the chains groaning under the weight. The whole truck had an eerie stillness, like it was holding its breath. I climbed back into my cab, revved the engine, and pulled the dead weight onto the highway. It was slow going. The old Peterbilt was heavy, and it seemed to fight against my every move. Like it didn't want to be moved. Like it wanted to stay right there, alone, in the middle of nowhere. About an hour into the tow, the rain started to ease, revealing a sliver of pale moon. I glanced at my side mirror. That's when I saw it through the glass. The cargo bed of the flatbed was not empty. My breath hitched. At first I thought it was a pile of old clothing, but as my eyes adjusted, my blood turned to ice. It wasn't clothes. It was bodies. I pulled over onto the hard shoulder, the tires spitting gravel. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I threw open the cab door, the night air a welcome slap to my face. As I stepped closer to the flatbed, the smell hit me. A nauseating mix of formaldehyde and decay. It was so pungent it made my eyes water. And the sight, oh God, the sight. They were there, laid out like grotesque mannequins, their limbs stiff and unnatural. There were 5 of them. 3 men, 2 women. Their skin was a waxy yellow, their eyes replaced with cloudy glass. They were preserved, mounted, meticulously arranged, in unnatural poses. It was the work of a taxidermist, but not with animals, with humans. It was something out of a nightmare, some twisted, macabre art project. The man in the middle, he wore a faded, blue work shirt. His right hand was extended, like he was reaching out. I could see the stitching along his arms. The places where his skin had been peeled back and then resewn. The woman on the far right, her face was frozen in a silent scream, lips pulled back to reveal her teeth. The way her hair draped, almost obscuring her eyes, gave her an unsettling beauty, if you can call that beauty. I stumbled back, gagging, trying to make sense of the horror before me. Who had done this? Who would do something so unspeakable? I fumbled for my phone. The signal was weak, barely a bar. Just as I was about to dial 9911, a noise made me jump. A soft rustling. Coming from the truck cab I was towing. I froze, my hand still hovering over my phone. It wasn't the wind. It was something else, something in the truck. My flashlight beam trembled as I moved toward the old Peterbilt, the beam dancing over the dented chrome and cracked glass. I could hear it now, a soft, deliberate scraping, like nails on metal, combined with a low humming. Hesitantly, I pulled open the passenger side door, the hinges groaning as if in protest. The interior was dark, suffocating, and smelled of must and old leather. I swept the beam around. I could just make out a figure, crouched low in the corner. "Hello," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The humming stopped. A moment of silence. Then, a soft, gurgling laugh echoed in the cab, and the figure moved, unfolding itself from the corner. It was tall, impossibly tall, and clad in shadow, almost merging with the darkness of the truck. All I could make out were two glowing points, like embers, where its eyes should have been. They were focused on me, watching me. Looking for something. A voice rasped. It wasn't quite human. It sounded like nails being dragged across a chalkboard, and the speaker's mouth was dry and cracked. It was the voice of something old, something that had been left to rot. The figure moved closer, slowly, deliberately, like a spider descending on its prey. I could feel the heat radiating from it, a dry, unnatural heat, and the smell, that sickening mix of formaldehyde and rot, was now overpowering. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. "Stay back," I managed to croak. It was no use. The figure was moving, getting closer, its lanky limbs unfolding like a praying mantis. It was fast, too fast for something so large. I scrambled out of the cab, my heart hammering in my chest. I had to get away. I had to run. I sprinted back to my own truck, slamming the door and fumbling with the ignition. It coughed, spluttered, and finally roared to life. I threw it into gear, the wheels spinning on the gravel as I peeled away from the horror, looking into the side mirror. The figure was there, standing in the middle of the highway, a dark silhouette against the pale moonlight, its glowing eyes still locked on mine. And in its long, skeletal hand it held a needle, glinting in the dark. The truck he was standing in was now gone. It simply vanished. Just him. He was still, waiting, knowing I would come back. I mashed my foot on the accelerator, the engine screaming as I pushed the rig to its limit. But I knew, with a cold, sickening certainty, that it wouldn't be enough. He wasn't just waiting, he was hunting, and he'd been looking for someone just like me. I was now a specimen, a new addition to his gruesome collection. I could already feel him, in the shadows, reaching for me. He was the taxidermist, and this was his hunting ground, and the highway. It was my coffin. Story 19, the smell. It always hits you first. Burnt coffee, stale grease, and something else, something metallic, like old pennies heated in a furnace. I pulled my rig, the Year-on Maiden, as I lovingly call her, into the dusty lot. The Last Chance Diner was a beacon in the desolate stretch of Highway 47. I needed fuel, and I needed food. The place looked deserted. Only one other truck parked out back, its chrome dull under the hazy afternoon sun. But the sign was lit, so I figured, why not? The bell above the door jingled a discordant tune as I stepped inside. It was darker than I expected, the grime-coated windows filtering out most of the daylight. The counter was a sticky mess, and the faded red vinyl booths looked like they had swallowed decades of spilled gravy and regret. A woman emerged from the back. She was tall and gaunt, with eyes like chipped obsidian. Her name tag read Agnes. I offered a nod and took a stool. "Just coffee and a BLT." I grumbled, my stomach a swirling pit of diesel fumes and stale air. Agnes nodded, never meeting my gaze, and disappeared into the kitchen. The silence, heavy and thick like sludge, settled in. I drummed my fingers on the counter, a nervous habit I have. I looked around. That's when I saw it. A door, tucked away near the restrooms. It wasn't marked. Just a plain, varnished wood door. Odd. I figured it was a supply closet or something. Agnes returned with my coffee. It tasted like burnt tires, but I drank it down anyway. The caffeine a necessary evil at this point. She placed a BLT, piled high with wilted lettuce, in front of me. "Anything else?" she asked. Her voice a low rasp that seemed to vibrate the air itself. "No, thank you." I mumbled, chewing on the dry bread. I caught a glance of movement near that door again. Just a flicker of white. It could have been the light playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I finished my sandwich, paying my tab, and then I just had this nagging pull to investigate. I told Angs I was just going to use the restroom before I left. I wasn't. The hallway was cold, the air heavy with a strange, cloying scent. It smelled sickly sweet, like rotting fruit, with that undercurrent of metal again. The door was on the right. I listened. Nothing. I hesitated. My hand hovered over the doorknob. It was ice cold. I turned it, and the latch clicked. The room beyond was not what I expected. It wasn't a supply closet. It was a makeshift operating room. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting an eerie glow on the scene. There was a metal table, stained dark brown, with restraints strapped to each corner, a selection of sharp implements laid out on a sterile tray. And there, on a shelf, were jars. Glass jars filled with organs, floating in some kind of preservative fluid, each one pale and ghastly. Livers, hearts, kidneys. The sheer volume of them was unnerving. Bile rose in my throat. I saw a label on one of them. Type O positive, with a name scrawled underneath. Bob. I felt like I knew Bob. Then I heard it, a faint groan, a pained whimper coming from a back room. From a door I hadn't even noticed at first. I crept towards it, the floor creaking with each step. I could hear something. Faint, but distinct. The sound of a saw, a bone saw. I pressed my ear to the door. I heard a man crying. It was a muffled, desperate cry. A sound that would haunt my dreams forever. I backed away, terrified. That's when I heard a different sound. Agnes's low, raspy voice. "He's not supposed to be here." Then, footsteps, quick and heavy, echoing in the hall. I turned. She stood there, her face in shadow, but I could see it in her eyes. The cold, the emptiness, the pure, unadulterated evil. I knew what this place was now. It wasn't a diner. It was a butcher shop. And I had just become the main course. I turned and ran, my boots pounding on the linoleum. I burst through the door, back into the dining area, but she was faster. Agnes was standing by the main door, blocking the exit. A wicked-looking scalpel glinting in her hand. A second man emerged from the back, the man I had seen parked behind the diner. He was huge, a mountain of muscle with a face like granite. And in his hand, a length of metal pipe. I knew I couldn't fight them both. I turned towards the back door, the only way out. I ran past the rusty shelves, the dirty pots and pans, through the kitchen and out the back door, towards the yard. I knew my truck was my only chance of survival. I leaped in, fumbled with the keys, the engine stuttering before it finally roared to life. I slammed the gear shift, backed up and turned the truck towards the fence. The man with the pipe was running towards me, his face contorted with rage. Agnes was right behind him, the knife in her hand. I hit the gas, the wheels spinning, kicking up dust and gravel. I rammed the truck through the fence, splintering the wood, tearing metal, the engine screaming in protest. The truck lurched, but I kept going, tearing across the scrub brush, heading towards the highway, towards my freedom. I glanced in my rearview mirror. They were still standing there, watching. Agnes holding up the knife, her face a mask of silent fury. The man with the pipe was shouting something, his face distorted with anger. I pushed the Iron Maiden harder, the engine screaming louder. Each mile a small victory. I did it, I had escaped. I know they are still out there, somewhere in the darkness. waiting for their next victim. The images of the jars, the operating table, the man screaming, "They will be with me forever." They will be etched into my mind. Every time I stop at a lonely truck stop now, I am going to look behind the counter. I am going to listen at the doors, and I will always be looking over my shoulder. I don't know how I will ever sleep again, wondering what I saw, wondering if I was supposed to see it. I should have just had my BLT and kept driving. Story 20. The rumble of my rig, a beast of steel and diesel, was the only song for miles. The sun, a bruised plum in the western sky, cast long, skeletal shadows across the crack asphalt of Highway 6066. I was bone-tired, each mile a hammer blow to my already weary frame. My eyelids felt like lead weights, and the gnawing hunger in my gut was a constant, insistent H. That's when I saw it, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. A sign, weathered and warped, barely clinging to a post, proclaimed, "Silas's Sundries and Salvage." Below it, smaller letters, almost invisible, "Auction tonight." Hope, a rare and precious commodity on this desolate stretch of road, flared within me. Food, maybe a cup of coffee, and a few hours of blessed rest. I yanked the wheel, and the truck, protesting with a groan of protesting metal, lurched onto the gravel drive. The building, or rather the shack, was a ramshackle affair. It was a hulking mass of mismatched wood, its windows like vacant eyes, staring into the void. A single, naked bulb cast a sickly yellow glow over the scene, barely pushing back the oppressive darkness. The air hung heavy, thick with a musty, stagnant smell, a mix of old earth, something metallic, and something else, something that made my stomach churn. I climbed out of the cab, my boots crunching on the loose gravel. A chill, despite the warm summer night, snaked down my spine. I walked towards the open doorway, each step feeling like a wade through treacle. Inside, the scene was unsettling. Rows of rickety wooden chairs were arranged before a makeshift stage, the wood worn smooth by countless hands. A few people were already there, their faces pale and gaunt in the flickering lamplight. They were quiet, too quiet, their eyes like chips of obsidian, reflecting the meager light without any hint of warmth. They barely acknowledged my presence, their gazes fixed on the stage. The auctioneer, a man with skin as thin as parchment and eyes that seemed to swim in black ink, emerged from the shadows. He was tall and skeletal, his clothes hanging loosely on his frame, like they were draped on a coat rack. He didn't speak, but instead raised a gnarled hand, its fingers long and spindly like the legs of some grotesque insect. The auction began, and I was immediately struck by the oddity of the items on display. They were in jars and on platters and under glass domes, each one more grotesque than the last. There were pieces of bone and what looked like muscle tissue. There were things I couldn't identify, things that made my skin crawl and my heart pound against my ribs like a trapped bird. I thought it was some kind of sick joke, some bizarre collection of animal parts. But as the bidding began, the quiet murmur rising into a chorus of eager whispers, I realized, with a sickening lurch of my stomach, that these weren't animal parts. There was a finger, its nail still intact, laying on a bed of what appeared to be dried parsley. A human ear, curled into a grotesque helix. A piece of skin, its edges raw and ragged. And then, I saw it. On a raised platter, under a bell jar, a human heart, still faintly pulsating, its surface a glistening crimson red. The realization hit me, a wave of nausea and horror threatening to overwhelm me. These weren't curiosities, these were trophies. Trophies from their victims. And the people here, they weren't just buying, they were consuming. Cannibals, all of them. Each eager bit a sign of their depraved desire. I felt sick to my core. My blood ran cold. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen, trapped in this nightmare theater. The auctioneer's voice, when it came, was like a rasping cough, each word cutting through the silence like a serrated blade. He spoke of prime cuts, tender morsels, and exquisite flavor, his eyes glistening with a manic intensity that chilled me to the bone. He pointed to another piece of flesh, the size of a baseball, its texture like a sponge. The liver, he hissed, the word like a venomous snake spitting from his teeth. Taken from a young man only last week. Very tender. There was a collective gasp. A surge of excitement rippled through the crowd. Bidding intensified. It wasn't just the items on display. It was the way they spoke of them. The way their eyes lingered. The way they licked their lips like beasts anticipating a feast. Panic, raw and primal, seized me. I had to get out of here. Now, my body felt numb, but my legs, fueled by adrenaline, began to move. I stood up, my chair scraping on the wooden floor, the noise sounding like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. Every head turned towards me, those black eyes boring into my soul. A low growl like the sound of a pack of wolves resonated around me. The auctioneer, a predator smelling fear, fixed me with a predatory stare. A slow, sinister smile stretched across his face, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp. He raised his hand, not to conduct the auction, but to beckon, his fingers curling inwards, inviting me, trapping me in this horrific pantomime. They began to rise from their chairs, slowly at first, like puppets on strings, then faster, the hunger in their eyes burning bright. They moved towards me. A wave of pale, gaunt faces, their hands reaching, their bodies swaying in a grotesque dance of death. I stumbled backwards, knocking over chairs, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. My back hit the wall, the rough wood pressing against my spine. I was trapped, cornered, like prey in a cage. They were closed now. I could smell their breath, a mix of stale tobacco. Something metallic, and something else, something raw, something like death. I closed my eyes, expecting the end, the rending of flesh, the darkness consuming me. Then, the unexpected. I didn't see what happened, but I felt it. A force, like a tidal wave of hot grease, slammed into the auction house, and the air exploded with a high-pitched screeching sound. I opened my eyes, and for a moment everything seemed to move like a dream. The walls buckled and the roof splintered. People started screaming, but not in fear. Their screams were those of pure pain. They melted. They turned into sludge and goop, and disappeared into the dusty floor. I could feel their last moments of life, before they were simply wiped from existence. The auctioneer stood in the middle of it all, his face frozen in utter shock and confusion. The light bulb in the ceiling went out, plunging everything into pure blackness. I felt like my brain was going to explode. The silence returned, like the calm after a terrible storm. I didn't try to make sense of it. I just ran, pushing through the broken doorway and out into the night. Not stopping, not looking back until I was back in the cab of my truck, slamming the door, starting the engine, and peeling out of that damned place. The tires spun on the gravel, spraying stones into the darkness. I sped away, never once looking in my rearview mirror. The screams and the images forever etched into my mind, a constant, haunting reminder of the auction house, and the horror that dwelt within. The highway stretched out before me, a thin ribbon of black under the pale moonlight, but the darkness inside me, that was far, far deeper. Story 21. The engine, a beast of steel and fire, rumbled beneath me, a familiar vibration against my spine. I adjusted the side mirror, the chrome catching the hazy dawn, painting my face in streaks of pale light and bruised shadow. My reflection, a mirror image of myself, looked back, a silent companion in the vast emptiness of the highway. I'd seen that face countless times, countless miles. The same wary eyes, the same stubble, the same lines etched deep around my mouth from too many sleepless nights. But that morning, something felt off. Something was wrong. It started subtly. I'd scratch my nose, and my reflection would linger, a beat slower, as if it had its own independent thought process. I'd glance in the mirror, making a small adjustment to my cap, and its actions, though identical, looked deliberate, studied. It didn't follow my movements seamlessly. It observed them, then mimicked them. I initially dismissed it, chalking it up to fatigue, to too many hours behind the wheel. But the delay grew longer, the mimicry became less mimicry and more like an attempt to copy. It looked strained, unnatural. I'd drink from my water bottle, the metal cool against my lips, and my reflection would, in that fraction of a second delay, move with an unnatural rigidity, an almost jerky movement, as if it was trying to grasp the concept of drinking. It was like watching a puppet being clumsily controlled by an amateur puppeteer. The strings tangled, the movements hesitant and wrong. I told myself I was going crazy, hallucinating. The road, a long black ribbon stretching into an unending horizon, can do that to a man. The solitude can burrow into your mind like a hungry worm. But I was a trucker, not some pampered city slicker. I was strong. I was resilient. I could handle this. I refused to entertain the thought that the world was changing, that the very fabric of my reality was being torn apart. Then came the smile. Not a smile that was my smile. A smile that started wide and then contorted into something grotesque. Something that stretched the corners of its mouth way too far, revealing teeth that seemed a fraction too long and a shade too yellow. It watched me, its eyes, previously lifeless, now burned with a feverish intensity, a hunger I did not understand, a hunger that twisted my gut into a knot of icy dread. The smile, alien and wrong, didn't just stop there. It began to laugh, a silent laugh. Its chest shook without a sound. Its mouth opened to reveal a cavernous blackness where its throat should have been. A silent, mocking, terrifying laugh. I looked away, desperately, focusing on the road ahead, hoping this was some macabre nightmare, a byproduct of too much cheap coffee and too little sleep. I tried to rationalize it away, but there was no logic to be found in what I was witnessing. My reflection wasn't simply mirroring me anymore. It was observing me, and it was learning. I could feel its malevolence, a cold, cloying presence leaching into my very being through the glass. I chanced another glance, my heart hammering like a trapped bird against my ribs. The reflection was pressed against the mirror, its face distorted, its eyes now large black voids. It reached out, the hand not moving in response to my own but existing, and moving on its own. It tapped on the glass like a trapped insect. Tap, tap, tap. A sickening rhythm against the fragile barrier between my world and its own. The mirror was rippling, like water on the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone, and I saw, reflected on the surface, the horror of its world, a twisted, warped version of my own, the trees bending at impossible angles, the sky a sickly, swirling green. Then it spoke, my reflection. But it was a voice like none I'd ever heard, hollow, echoing, as if it was coming from the bottom of a well, and laced with a cruel, ancient whisper that raised the hair on the back of my neck. "Let me out," it rasped. The words seemed to scrape against the inside of my skull, like jagged metal grinding against bone. It slammed against the glass, the mirror cracking. The fissure lines like spider webs spreading outwards from the impact. It had teeth now, sharp, needle-like teeth that seemed to grow longer each time I looked at it. I slammed the brakes. The truck protesting with a screech of tires against asphalt. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My eyes were glued to the mirror. The reflection was frantic now, banging on the glass, screaming silently, its face contorted in a mask of rage. Cracks spider-webbed across the surface. I could see the image changing, becoming clearer, more real. It was pulling itself out of the mirror. It was halfway out, its chest protruding through the glass. I screamed, a guttural sound of pure terror. I lurched for the door, scrambling out of the cab, falling onto the gravel of the shoulder. My heart was pounding in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The mirror was shattering, shards of glass falling like black rain around the truck. The reflection was free. It stood, it rose, its movements stiff and jerky, and it looked at me with those black eyes. And that distorted smile. It reached out for me, its hand, unnaturally long, with sharp, black nails like talons, reaching for my face, for my skin, wanting to take my place. I scrambled backwards, tripping on the uneven ground, falling against the cold, hard metal of the truck's bumper. It was coming for me. It would not stop. It would not rest, until I was the one trapped behind the glass. I screamed again, a raw, primal sound of fear. It's coming for me, it's here. It's almost here. I can see the blackness of its face as it steps forward, its hand almost touching me. And I close my eyes and brace for the cold, hard touch. Story 22. The stench hit me like a fist the moment I cracked the trailer doors, a thick, greasy perfume of decay. It was hotter than hell in there, the metal baking under the desert sun. I'd picked up this load, a supposed medical supply, in some fly-by-night depot outside Vegas. Now, I knew better. Dead weight, that's what it was. Literally. The body lay sprawled, amongst stained tarps, a grotesque still life. He was young, maybe late 20s, but bloated, his skin, a sickly, mottled gray. His eyes wide, vacant, fixed on some unseen horror. Flies, fat and lazy, buzzed a morbid serenade around him. I was used to grim sights. 20 years on the road will harden you to most things. But this felt different, wrong, like a violation. Then I saw it, the map. Not a paper one, not a digital one. It was etched, tattooed deep into the dead man's back. A crude, winding thing. Lines thick, black as tar, snaking across his flesh. It looked old, like some ancient cartography or a prison mural. The roads led to places I knew, small towns, forgotten crossroads. Some off the beaten path. I'd never seen a tattoo like that. It was just too detailed, too unsettling. My curiosity, a morbid curiosity I guess, gnawed at me. I took a picture of it, and cleaned up the trailer the best I could. Not that anything could mask the stench. I figured, maybe I could show the cops. See what the hell was going on. The first route took me to a place called Harmony Ridge. A blip on the map I'd only ever seen on the side of old gas stations. It was supposed to be a town, but it was a ghost town. Buildings were nothing but husks, their windows empty eye sockets staring out at me. The wind whistled, a mournful cry through shattered glass. The air, thick and heavy with a silence that felt suffocating. There was a well in the center of town, a dark, gaping maw, smelling of stagnant water, and something else. Something metallic and rotten. The tattoo, it seemed to twitch, as if guiding me. The next route led me to an abandoned church, its steeple missing, like a broken tooth. The paint was peeling off the wood, like diseased skin. Inside, the pews were splintered, the altar, overturned, and the whole place smelled of damp earth and burnt incense. There were scratches on the floor, deep gouges that looked like claws. The sort of marks a large animal would make. The tattoo pulsed now, not just twitching, a dull throbbing under my skin. It made my hand feel cold and numb where I had taken the picture. I was getting sick of this. This was no game. This was something else. I tried to ignore the map, to go back to the main highway, but the feeling was there, a pressure, like a heavy hand on my chest. It wasn't just a feeling, it was the map. I noticed the lines on my phone, on the picture, they had moved. They were not just changing, they were rearranging, like the lines of a living thing. The next stop was a stretch of forest, dense and twisted, the trees reaching for the sky, like skeletal fingers. There were no paths, no trails, just the map, leading me deeper and deeper, into the green abyss. The air grew colder, the sun was swallowed by the canopy above, the only light coming from the pale glow of my phone. I saw faces, or thought I saw them, in the bark of trees. Grotesque visages, eyes wide and staring, mouths contorted in silent screams. The tattoo on the picture, it writhed, as if a worm was burrowing under the skin. I tried to delete the photo, but the picture just reappeared, every time. Every time I tried to turn away, something pulled me back. The directions, they were getting more personal. It showed me a road near my old house. Then the road where my mother had been buried. Then some dirt track where I had buried my old dog, when I was a kid. I hadn't told anyone where I buried the poor thing. I began to understand. The map wasn't just a map. It was a destination, and I was the one it was seeking. The final route, it wasn't a place. It was a symbol, a circle, a spiral, right in the center of my chest. I saw the image clearly now, not on the screen, but as an indentation on my own flesh, a faint, pulsing line, rising from the surface of my skin. It glowed, a sickly green, and it burned. Like a brand, like a summons. My heart hammered in my chest, and I started to hyperventilate. I drove wildly, desperately. I just needed to get away from the forest, get to the main road. But it was too late. The map, it was inside me now. The lines, they were glowing brighter, the green pulsating, and I could feel them, writhing, moving, under my skin. The flesh on my chest turning a dark shade of purple. I felt like I was being pulled, a sharp, sudden pain piercing my chest. I ripped open my shirt. The map was glowing brightly, as if on fire now. I saw the lines move, a living road map leading inward. Into my flesh, into my very soul. Then I saw it emerging from the glow, a black, chitinous appendage, a limb, tipped with a razor-sharp claw. The image on the phone, it was the same, and it was growing. More and more claws started to pierce through my skin. They dug deep, into my chest, and out through my back. The truck, I lost control. Swerving off the road, crashing down an embankment. The metal groaned, and shattered around me, but the pain was still all on the inside. This was the end. The map, it had finally reached its destination. Me story 23. The GPS, God bless its circuits, had led me astray again. Miles. Gone. Miles vanished into the inky black maw of the West Texas night. And there, shimmering like a heat mirage, was a beacon. A truck stop. But not just any truck stop. No, this one was different. The sign, a rusted monstrosity, proclaimed it. The lost and found. The letters themselves seemed to writhe, like some forgotten alphabet found festering beneath the earth. I pulled Big Bertha, my 18-wheeler, into the lot. The gravel crunched under her tires, a sound too sharp, too loud for the desolate silence that hung in the air. Only a handful of other rigs were parked, dark and still, like slumbering beasts. They seemed older, more worn, their chrome dulled to a sickly gray. It was like someone had sucked all the life and luster out of them. The building itself was a low, squat thing. Made of mismatched timbers, it seemed to sag under its own weight. The porch boards groaned under my boots as I walked up, and something about that sound, It made me feel uncomfortable. The air here was thick, heavy with the scent of dust, old paper, and something metallic, something like blood. I stepped inside. The door creaked shut behind me with a drawn-out sigh, like a disappointed ghost. Inside, the place was dimly lit by a single, flickering bulb that swung from a chain in the ceiling. It cast long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. And what was lining the walls wasn't like anything I'd ever seen. Shelves, floor to ceiling, crowded with things. Not the usual truck stop fare. No jerky or soda or cheap souvenirs. It was a vast, bewildering collection of discarded personal items. There were rows upon rows of shoes, scuffed and worn, some with laces untied, some with the imprints of long-departed feet still pressed into the insoles. There were hats, a dizzying array of them, from cowboy hats with sweat-stained bands to fedoras that seemed to stare back at me. There were watches, clocks, their hands frozen at random times. Keys, too, hundreds of them, hanging on hooks, their teeth glinting in the gloom. Each object seemed to possess its own silent story. But that's not all, no. Scattered among the practical items were the unsettling, the downright disturbing. A baby's rattle, its plastic surface yellowed, the little plastic balls inside, no longer making a sound. A child's drawing, crudely sketched in crayon, the figures twisted and distorted into monstrous shapes. A single, lonely teddy bear, its fur matted and one button eye, missing. These items, they weren't just old, they felt wrong. Charged, like they held secrets. And I did not like that. Behind the counter, hunched over an open book, sat the attendant. He was a tall, gaunt man, with skin like parchment and eyes that were unnervingly bright. They bored into me, piercing my soul. He didn't seem to notice me at first, and even when he did finally look up, he didn't smile. Or blink. His lips were cracked and dry, and moved only to form words that were raspy, like the rustling of dead leaves. Looking for something, driver. He didn't wait for my answer, he just continued, "Core perhaps, something has found you." His words, they sent a shiver down my spine. I managed a week. Just passing through, need some coffee. He pointed to a battered urn, sitting on a hot plate. The coffee looked thick and black, like tar. "Help yourself," he said, his gaze never wavering. I poured myself a cup, the liquid steaming and giving off a scent that was acrid, metallic, like rusty nails. As I drank, the attendant resumed his reading, and I found myself drawn to the shelves, to the chaotic jumble of objects. I picked up a worn leather wallet, opened it. Inside was a driver's license. The photo faded, but the face, it looked strangely familiar. I knew that I had seen that face somewhere. I felt a cold dread creep over me. I didn't know where, I couldn't place it. I just knew that it was not good. Then, I touched a tarnished silver locket. Its surface cool against my skin, and, as my fingers brushed against it, images flooded my mind. Fragments of memories, not my own. A woman, laughing. A picnic in the park. A car accident, screams. Followed by the cold embrace of death. The memories were visceral. So real that it sent a wave of nausea through me, and I dropped the locket as if it was made of burning coals. I backed away from the shelves, my heart pounding, the blood roaring in my ears. This place, it wasn't a truck stop. It was something else. Something sinister. I turned to leave, to get back to my rig and never look back. But then, I saw it. Behind the counter, the attendant, he wasn't reading his book anymore. No. He was staring at me. His eyes, they were glowing now, with an unnatural light, and his mouth was a wide, silent grin. He opened his mouth. His voice was no longer raspy, but it was a smooth, low voice, like oil pouring into the deepest, darkest depths of the abyss. Your time is up, driver. It's time you become a part of our collection. And then the objects around me, they began to move. The shoes, they shuffled. The hats flew off the shelves. The watches ticked in unison. A symphony of insane time. The keys jingled. The items on the shelves, it was like they were coming alive. And all of them moved towards me, closing in. It was like I had become the prey in a hunter's trap. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, just a choked gurgle in my throat. The teddy bear lurched, its vacant eyes locking on me. It moved unnaturally, with the jerky motion of a puppet, and its one-button eye began to glow with an unholy red light. It was then that I knew what this place was, that all of those possessions were not just objects. They were souls. Lost souls, trapped and twisted, and I was about to become one of them. The room around me began to distort. The walls pulsed. The floor rippled like water. The ceiling opened up, revealing not the rafters but a swirling vortex of colors, black and red, purple and green. A chaotic kaleidoscope that seemed to be pulling everything, including me, into its gaping maw. And I felt myself drawn towards that abyss. A hand, cold and clammy, reached out. It was a child's hand, from the drawing that I had seen, and it grabbed my arm. Then, another hand did the same, and another, until I was surrounded by ghostly limbs, pulling me deeper and deeper into their awful reality. I was being torn apart by the memories, by the feelings, by the very essence of the objects that had surrounded me. And in the distance I could hear a chorus of moans and cries, of laughs and screams, a symphony of pure horror. The lost and found, it wasn't just collecting, it was assimilating. It was recycling us. And I was becoming a part of their terrible legacy. My soul was being reduced to a memory, a moment in time, forever trapped in the silence of a broken, lost, and found object. Story 24. The endless ribbon of asphalt, unspooling before me, like a dark magician's trick, was my constant companion. The world outside my cab, a blur of inky blackness, and the occasional smear of sodium streetlights. The loneliness, a dense fog, seemed to seep into the very fabric of my being. I am a creature of the road. Yes, that is what we are, we truckers. But this stretch of highway, this cursed, forsaken artery of nothingness, it was different. It held a silence, thick and suffocating. A silence that felt pregnant with something malevolent. The CB crackled, a static-filled whisper, a ghostly breath that sent shivers down my spine. I adjusted the dial, hoping for some human contact. A voice to cut through the oppressive quiet. Nothing. Just the hiss and pop, the sound of a phantom radio station, playing a song that only the void could understand. I glanced at my reflection in the side mirror. The harsh, unflattering light illuminated the lines etched into my face, the wary eyes that had seen too many sunrises, too many sunsets. But lately, they've seen things in the shadows, things that make the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Things they shouldn't have seen. The first sign, if you could call it that, was the figure, standing by the side of the road, a silhouette against the pale glow of the moon. It wasn't a deer or a hitchhiker or anything I could recognize. It was just there, an impossibly tall and thin form, its limbs impossibly long and spindly, its head a dark, shapeless void. I slammed the brakes, heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The truck shuddered and swayed, the tires screaming in protest. I stared, my breath catching in my throat, as the figure slowly, deliberately turned its head, its neck twisting at an unnatural angle. There were no eyes, only two empty sockets, like a skull picked clean by scavengers. I threw the gear into drive and accelerated, not daring to look back again, the image seared into my mind's eye. I tried to dismiss it as fatigue, a trick of the light. But the unease lingered, a cold, clammy hand gripping my heart. The next night, it appeared again, further down the road, but this time. It was closer, its unnatural form, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of my headlights. It did not move, it did not flinch, it just stood there, watching, waiting. The radio started acting up again, the static growing louder, more intense. But then, I could hear something else, a low, guttural hum, a resonant drone that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I reached for the dial, my fingers shaking, but before I could turn it off, a voice, raspy and ancient, filled the cab. "We see you," it whispered, the words crawling into my ears like insects. "We've been watching you, for a long, long time." I slammed the CB down, cutting off the voice, but the chilling words echoed in the sudden silence. The following nights were a descent into madness. The figure grew bolder, appearing in my blind spots, materializing in the rearview mirror, its face, if you could call it that, contorting into impossible shapes. The humming intensified, becoming a constant, droning chorus, weaving its way into my thoughts, twisting them, corrupting them. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I was existing in a perpetual state of terror, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring into a hazy, indistinct soup. The world outside my cab had become a stage for my torment, a theater of the macabre, where I was the only audience member. I started seeing things, out of the corners of my eyes, shadows moving where there should be none, shapes shifting and reforming in the darkness. The familiar rumble of my engine had morphed into a sinister growl, the air inside the cabin thick and heavy with the stench of decay and rot. I was losing my grip. The loneliness had become a tangible thing, a ravenous beast gnawing away at my sanity. I tried to contact dispatch, but all I got was the same static, the same unsettling hum, the same chilling whispers that taunted me. "You are ours now. You will never escape." One night I swear I saw it. The figure, its body now, almost transparent, flickering, like a flame on the verge of being extinguished, as it stood directly in front of my truck, its empty sockets, burning with an inner, malevolent light. I slammed on the brakes. But the truck wouldn't stop. It seemed to be moving on its own, the pedal unresponsive, my hands useless on the wheel. I braced for impact, squeezing my eyes shut, but instead, I felt a sickening lurch, the world tilting and spinning. I opened my eyes and found myself, not on the road, but in a place that defied all logic, a dimension twisted and distorted, where the laws of physics had no hold. The sky, a swirling vortex of sickly colors, the ground, a pulsating mass of flesh and bone. And all around were the figures, hundreds of them, silent, waiting, their empty sockets fixed on me. The truck was gone. I was alone, lost in a landscape of utter horror, surrounded by beings that existed beyond the realm of human comprehension. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was reduced to a whimpering wreck, my mind teetering on the brink of oblivion. Then, they began to move, converging on me, their long, skeletal limbs, reaching, grasping. Their touch, cold and clammy, sent shivers down my spine. I tried to fight them off, but my strength was gone, my will broken. They were pulling me down, their grasp tightening, their whispers becoming deafening. I could feel them, invading my mind, planting their thoughts, their twisted desires, their unholy knowledge. In that final moment, before my consciousness dissolved into the abyss, I understood. The road wasn't a pathway, it was a trap, and I was the prey. The world faded to black, and the last thing I saw was the endless, starless night of their dark universe. I was now One of them, a part of their endless, lonely procession. Forever lost to the shadows, forever driving a highway to nowhere. Story 26. The engine coughed. A metal beast exhaling its last bit of warmth for the night. I killed the ignition. The silence, immediate and heavy, pressed against the cab of my truck like a shroud. I'd pulled off the main road, deep into the shoulder of the sleeping woods, a place where the trees stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the twilight sky. It was darker here, more profound than any darkness I'd known before. The air hung thick and cold, a damp blanket against my skin. I stretched my weary limbs, the ache in my back a dull, persistent drumbeat. A night here, a quick sleep, that's all I needed. Just a few hours before I had to hit the road again, the monotonous asphalt stretching out, a ribbon through the heartland. I clambered into the sleeper berth, the worn mattress groaning under my weight. I pulled the threadbare blanket up to my chin, the familiar smell of stale coffee and diesel a strange sort of comfort. The woods outside were a tapestry of shadows. I tried to relax, to let the fatigue take over. Sleep came in fits and starts, a broken thing, full of jagged edges and unsettling images. The first nightmare was of insects, a swarm of them, thick and black, crawling over my skin, their legs tickling, their mandibles biting. I could feel their weight, the unpleasant sensation of them digging into my flesh, 1,000 tiny needles. I thrashed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Then, I was awake, or I thought I was, bathed in the cold sweat of a terror so acute, it was almost physical. My arm throbbed. I sat up, reaching to touch the sore spot. A long, thin cut was there, on my forearm, the skin broken. The edges ragged and red. It was as if the dream had reached through the veil of sleep and etched itself onto my body. I stared at the cut, the blood welling up, small and dark against my pale skin. I tried to rationalize it, a scratch, maybe from the metal of the cab. But the way it burned, the way it mirrored the dream, sent a chill down my spine. I tried to go back to sleep, to ignore the throbbing pain, and to tell myself it was just a bad dream. The next one came quickly, more vivid, more disturbing. I was standing, or rather sinking, in a mire of thick, black mud. Its putrid smell gagging me. Tendrils of something like roots snaked around my legs, pulling me deeper, their grip tightening, their surfaces wet and slimy. I could feel the mud seeping into my pores, into my very being. I tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed, choked by the cloying stench. Then, I woke up, gasping for air, my legs etching, burning as if I was still trapped within the nightmare's grasp. I sat up, pulling back the blanket. My jeans were stained with dark patches of grime, the same color as the mud from my dream. There were bruises on my calves, deep purple blossoms blooming under my skin. I touched them, my fingertips recoiling from the tenderness. What was happening? I'd never had nightmares like this. Dreams that felt so real, that left such a mark on my waking body. The air inside the cab felt thick, oppressive. I threw open the door, wanting to escape, but the darkness outside was just as suffocating. The trees were darker now, more menacing, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes like skeletal fingers. They seemed to lean in, watching. Sleep wasn't coming easy now. I fought against it, terrified of what the dreams would bring, what new terrors would manifest themselves on my flesh. But the fatigue was a heavy cloak, and it eventually dragged me down into the murky depths of slumber. This time, I was in the heart of the forest, a twisted, gnarled place where the trees bled sap, thick, like tar, and the ground was soft and giving. Like a hungry mouth, I felt something shift within my chest, like a hollow, a dark cavity that wasn't there before. I looked down, my skin peeling away from my bones. Not like decaying flesh, but more like bark, the rough, hardened skin of a tree. Roots snaked out of me, from my feet, my hands, my chest, and they dug into the soft earth, drinking me, consuming me, into the soil. I woke with a scream that died in my throat, a strangled sound of terror. I could feel the roots, still embedded in me, still there, under the skin, a network of veins that pulsed. Not with blood, but with the cold, sap-like substance of the forest. My fingers were rough, the nails cracked and thick, like the bark of a young tree. I looked down, my chest was crisscrossed with lines of dark, hardened material. The bark of the sleeping woods growing over me, encasing me, making me a part of it. I clawed at myself, tearing at the bark, trying to get it off, but it held fast. It was growing into me. I was becoming the forest. I lurched out of the sleeper cab, my legs stiff, my joints protesting. The woods were silent. A suffocating silence, deeper and more profound than any silence I'd known before. The trees were no longer watching. They were waiting. Waiting for me to be fully consumed. For the last vestiges of my humanity to be erased. I looked back at the truck. The metal behemoth was just a shell now. I was already part of the woods. My skin was cracking. More bark was pushing through. Roots were gripping and sucking me into the earth. I tried to run, to escape, but I was heavy earthbound, and I could feel the forest pulling me down. My legs buckled beneath me. I fell to my knees, the forest floor soft and spongy beneath my hands. I felt the soil pulling me in. The roots, now thick and gnarled, rose from the ground, surrounding me, embracing me, entangling me in their unyielding grip. My scream, now a gurgling sound, caught in the roots of my own being. The last thing I saw, before the darkness swallowed me whole, was the canopy of the trees, swaying in the dawn light, a rustling chorus of welcome for the new tree that had taken root. I was no longer a trucker, no longer a man. I was the sleeping woods, and the sleeping woods had finally consumed me. Story 27. The hum began, a faint whisper in the dead air. That's where it all started. It wasn't the usual crackle and hiss of my CB. No. This was different, something else, something wrong. I was hauling a load of, well, it doesn't matter what, towards the middle of nowhere. West Texas, a landscape that seemed to stretch into infinity, and I, just a speck of a truck, grinding through it. The radio, my usual companion, had fallen silent save for this. This low mournful drone. It seeped into my ears, a vibration rather than a sound, and it vibrated in my teeth. I tried adjusting the squelch, the channel selector, the antenna even. Nothing. Just the hum. At first it was irritating, a low, continuous thrum, like a hive of angry bees trapped in the dashboard. It was the kind of noise that crawls under your skin and scratches at your sanity. I chalked it up to a faulty wire, or maybe some strange atmospheric anomaly. I'd been driving long enough to hear all sorts of weird shit on the road. But this was different. The deeper I drove into the desolate landscape, the more the hum amplified. A palpable presence filling the cab. It wasn't just in my ears anymore. I could feel it in my chest, resonating with my heartbeat. The silence, aside from the noise, had become something palpable itself. It felt thick like a heavy wool blanket, wrapped around me, smothering the world outside the cab. The desert, usually a vista of stark beauty, now seemed menacing, the endless scrub brush like jagged teeth, and the distant messes looming like the humps of sleeping beasts. The sun, a malevolent eye in the sky, beat down with a vicious intensity, the heat shimmering off the black asphalt. The air itself felt heavy, thick with a foreboding that was as tangible as the steering wheel beneath my calloused hands. Then the thoughts began. They weren't mine. It was like someone, or something, was whispering in the back of my head, feeding me images, ideas, desires. It started subtly. A fleeting thought about pulling over, getting some rest, but not at a rest stop. No, somewhere isolated, somewhere private. Then the whisper turned into a growl, a demand. It showed me images of a hidden gully just off the side of the road, shaded by a cliff face, a place no one would ever see me. It painted the scene in vivid detail, a place to rest. A place to be free from the monotony of the road, a place to finally give in, to relax. The images grew more insistent, more vivid, like a slideshow of temptations. I kept driving, trying to fight the influence, the static companion in my radio, now controlling my will, but the hum continued, and so did the whispers. It preyed on my loneliness. It reminded me of the empty stretches of road, the vacant nights spent alone in a cab, the lack of a woman's touch, the lack of any human touch. It showed me a woman, a beautiful woman with long, flowing dark hair. She was waiting for me, it said. She was waiting for me down that lonely stretch of road. It painted her in detail, the curve of her neck, the way her eyes glinted, the promise of comfort she offered. I knew it was a lie, I did. I knew that she couldn't be real, but still, the image was so powerful, so alluring, that it began to feel like a real memory, or a real longing, instead of just a projection. The road blurred, the lines melting into a single white streak. My hands on the steering wheel began to feel foreign, like someone else's. The hum, a physical presence in the cabin now, vibrated with a terrifying intensity. It was in my bones, in my marrow, a terrible, inescapable song of longing and depravity. The gully, the woman, and the promise of oblivion, it became the only things I could think about. My foot moved, against my will, from the accelerator to the brake, and I was turning, my rig groaning as I forced it from the road into the dry, cracked earth. The gully was exactly as the hum had described. It was dark, cool, and inviting, shielded from the relentless sun by an overhanging cliff. I parked the truck, the engine rattling to a halt, and the hum seemed to reach a crescendo. It had a new quality to it now, a satisfied, hungry quality. I climbed out of the cab, my body feeling heavy and foreign, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. And then she was there. Not real. Not human. She was a figure made of shadow, a swirling vortex of darkness with two burning red eyes that fixated on me. Her lips moved, and the hum intensified, merging with her voice. A chorus of dead things that resonated deep in my soul. This wasn't the solace promised. This was a monster, a creature of pure emptiness. My blood ran cold. A coldness that went far beyond the desert night. It was the chill of eternity, the absolute void of nothingness. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My body was no longer my own. I could see my hands, as if from a distance, reach out to her, to the void, to the gaping maw that offered no comfort, no love, only oblivion. The humming surged, a final, deafening roar, a vortex of blackness enveloping me. The world narrowed down to those burning eyes and then, finally, the static. Just static. Story 28. The diesel rumbled, a familiar song. A lullaby I'd always known. The highway stretched out before me, a black ribbon under a bruised, twilight sky. I'm a trucker, name's Earl, and I've seen enough of this country to fill 1,000 postcards. But lately, things haven't been right. Not since the incident near Willow Creek. It wasn't a wreck, not exactly. I just pulled over for a smoke, a quick breather before the long haul, and the forest around that rest stop. It just felt different. Thicker. Somehow. The trees pressing in with an unnatural density. The air was heavy, not just with humidity, but with a kind of silent dread, a hum that vibrated in my teeth. I chalked it up to exhaustion. the long hours blurring everything together, and I got back on the road, dismissing it. But now, every place feels off. It started subtly. I'd pull into my usual diner, the one outside of Benton. That Grazy Spoon with the chipped tables. And the waitress, Martha, she'd have a different hair color. Sometimes red, sometimes a harsh, unnatural blonde. Sometimes even a shade of purple that made my skin crawl. Her smile would twist different too, morphing between a friendly grin and something that looked like a hungry sneer. The menu changed too. Sometimes the prices were lower, sometimes they were astronomical. Once, it was filled with recipes I'd never heard of, with names in languages that felt ancient and wrong. The gas stations are worse. The pumps always stand at a strange angle, contorted like metal beasts writhing in pain, and the price signs flash numbers that jump and shimmer like mercury. I swear, once, I saw the fuel being pumped into my tank, looking thick and black like crude oil, but with the shimmer of insects, wings. The air around those stations always smells like sulfur and something acrid, a stench that clings to my clothes and my skin and makes my gut churn. I try to find a pattern, a reason, a cause, but it just gets more twisted with each mile I cover, with each day I spend on the road. My own memories are starting to warp. I remember my wife, or at least I think I do. Her face keeps changing. Sometimes she has my mother's eyes, sometimes the teeth of a predator. The stories we share in my head, they shift, blurring like watercolors, and leave me questioning everything I thought I knew. Was she a teacher, or a nurse? Or did she work in a slaughterhouse with a cleaver? The house in my mind, the place I call home, is an impossible jigsaw puzzle. Sometimes it has a wraparound porch. Sometimes no doors. Sometimes it is submerged in water up to the windows. I've driven by it, my house, or at least what I think is my house, and each time it has a different look. Each time it feels a little more foreign, a little more wrong. The road itself is a living thing now. The lines seem to twist and pulse. The guard rails resemble bones. And the asphalt heaves and sighs like a wounded beast. The billboards along the highway, the ones I've seen 100 times, now display images that don't make sense. A jumble of symbols that look both familiar and alien, and that fill my head with a rising sense of dread, of doom that seems to seep from the cracks of reality. I tried to talk to other drivers on the CB. They all just laughed, called me crazy, said I was hallucinating, maybe drinking too much. They couldn't see the distortions, the subtle and insidious changes in the world around me. Or maybe they could, and were just playing along. The thought of that, of being surrounded by people wearing human skin, but something else underneath, made my skin prickle with terror. I stopped trying to talk. I started driving, driven only by the urge to escape this nightmare, this fractured reality. The terrible feeling that I'm being pulled further into the depths of something unknown and something unspeakable. I'm starting to think, maybe the incident near Willow Creek. It wasn't an incident at all. Maybe it was a tear, a crack in the fabric of reality, and now that crack, it's consuming me, twisting everything I know, and turning it into something abhorrent. Last night, I was driving through what should have been flat, open fields, but instead, the landscape was twisted and mountainous. The moon was wrong, too big, and too close. Its light pale and sickly. In the distance, I saw a town, a silhouette against the wrong moon, with towers that stretched towards the sky like skeletal fingers. It wasn't on any map I knew, and yet it seemed so familiar. A place I knew from nightmares, from somewhere deep within the darkest recess of my mind. I had to go there. I had to see what was calling me. I took an off-ramp. The asphalt turning to loose gravel, and the air grew cold, so cold it made my lungs burn with each breath. The closer I got to the town, the more the truck started to act up, the engine sputtering, the brakes screaming like a dying animal. I finally stopped at the edge of town, a place where reality seemed to thin, to dissolve like a dream fading in the morning light. The towers weren't just towers, they were colossal structures made of bone and obsidian, carved with symbols that pulsed with a sick, internal light. The streets were paved with something that looked like petrified skin, and the buildings were organic, pulsating and breathing, as if they were part of a single, monstrous organism. I got out of the truck, my legs shaking, my heart pounding, but I had to know. What was this place? What had I become? What did this reality need from me? Then I saw them. The townspeople. If that's what they were. They were tall, gaunt, with skin like parchment stretched over bone, and their eyes glowed with that same sick, pale light as the moon. They were smiling. Or, at least I think they were. Because the rictus they showed me looked more like a predatory grin, like they were waiting for something, for me. They started to walk towards me. Their movements jerky and unnatural, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. And then, it came. It was like a song, a melody so ancient, so alien, that it resonated not just in my ears, but in my very bones. It was a call, a welcome, a summons, and it made me understand that this place, this twisted reality, it wasn't just outside of me. It was inside me. In the deepest parts of my mind, the place where all my shifting, changing memories were born. They were almost on me now. Their breath was cold and smelled of grave dirt, and their hands reached for me, with elongated fingers tipped in black, curved claws. Their faces were blurry, melting into the wrong colors and shadows, and I could see my wife's face, and my mother's, and Martha's. I closed my eyes, but I could still see them, feel them pulling me towards that abyss, towards the place where reality dissolves, where memories are nothing more than fractured echoes. I couldn't breathe. My lungs were filled with the air of a dead universe, and it felt like they were pulling me inside themselves. This is it, I thought, as I finally lost the last thread of myself, to this place, to their reality. I'm theirs now. Story 29. The asphalt. It calls to me. Not just any asphalt, mind you. This particular stretch of Highway 16, running like a greasy black ribbon through the heart of nowhere, Wisconsin. That's where it happened. Or, well, I think that's where it happened. See, I don't remember it exactly. Just a feeling. A deep, gnawing feeling in my gut, like I swallowed something sharp and it's clawing its way out. It's always right there, along that specific 5-mile section of the highway, between mile marker 147 and 152. My rig, she's a beauty, a 1987 Peterbilt 379. I call her the Widowmaker, though I can't quite place why that name, specifically, feels so damn fitting. She rumbles beneath me like a caged beast. Lately, she's started feeling like more of a hearse, a chariot to carry me closer to whatever thing is waiting for me on that road. My runs, these days, are planned solely around that stretch. The dispatcher asks for a delivery to Minneapolis. I find a way to route myself through 16. A shipment to Green Bay, same deal. The extra miles, the added time, don't matter. Nothing matters but being there. The feeling is an itch, a burning need, to be on that specific patch of land. I've developed routines. Strange, I suppose, but necessary. Like the way I always have to tap the dashboard 3 times with my knuckles just before I hit mile marker 147. 1, 2, 3, always. Then, I have to roll down the window, no matter the weather, and let the wind whip my face. The cold air stings my eyes, bringing tears, but it feels right. Like a cleansing, a preparation. I do this while I hum a wordless tune. a melody that crawls from the darkest corner of my mind. And then, I always keep a small, smooth stone, found on that shoulder, pressed against my skin in my left pocket. It's cold and strangely slick, like polished bone. At marker 152, I press it against my forehead just for a moment. A silent plea, or maybe a prayer, I don't know which. The stone tingles, sending a shiver up my spine. I feel a strange, almost electric connection. Then, the rituals end. I feel relief, but it is a small one, a brief respite before the burning starts again, a slow, agonizing simmer waiting for my return. The dreams are the worst. Nightmares of twisted metal, of shattered glass, of a thick, heavy fog clinging to the road like a shroud. In them, the asphalt isn't black, it's the color of old blood, sticky and glistening. There is a figure too. A dark silhouette, always just out of sight, beckoning. Its presence as cold and unforgiving as the tomb. I tried to talk about it. To my wife, bless her heart. She just looked at me with those worried, pitying eyes. Said I was working too hard. Needed some time off. I tried explaining, tried to describe the pull, the feeling. But how do you explain the inexplicable? How do you describe a void that calls to you? So I stopped trying. I just drive, and I ritualize, and I dream. I spend my days and nights in a state of perpetual anticipation, waiting to get back, to feel the pull of that road. The other truckers, they notice. They whisper, their eyes darting away when I look at them, fear in their faces. They call me Crazy Eddie. Now, behind my back. That's all right. I know they don't understand. They can't understand. Last night, the dream was different. The fog was thicker, the blood on the asphalt more vibrant. The figure was closer, no longer just a silhouette, but a distorted shape. An amalgamation of flesh and bone that seemed to writhe and pulse. It spoke too, in a voice that was not a voice, a sound that resonated in my bones, not my ears. It said my name. Clear as day, it said, Eddie. And then, it showed me. The vision, it was fragmented, fleeting, but it was there. I saw a crash, a truck crumpled like paper, and within that mangled metal, I saw myself. Or someone who looked like me with my eyes, but older, more twisted, his expression a vacant horror. Today, Highway 16 is my destination. The dispatcher tried to send me to Duluth, but I refused. I don't know why I refused, it felt wrong. They had to know now, something I can't explain changed. That need has become a raging inferno, burning through everything I am. The Widowmaker rumbles. She seems restless, excited for the journey. The air crackles with an energy, I can taste it, metallic and bitter, on my tongue. As I approach mile marker 147, my knuckles tremble. The tap feels less like a ritual and more like a frantic plea. A desperate attempt to hold on to something, anything. The wind whips my face, icy fingers caressing my skin. The wordless tune, I realize now, isn't a tune at all. It's a dirge, a lament for a soul about to be devoured. The stone in my pocket burns like fire. I can feel it pulsing, throbbing in time with my frantic heartbeat. I push the pedal to the floor, ignoring the speed limit, ignoring everything. This isn't a drive. It's a race, a descent. The landscape blurs, becomes a smear of greens and browns. The trees on either side seem to claw at the cab like skeletal hands. The road stretches ahead, an endless black maw, and I'm drawn to it, compelled to enter. At marker 151, the figure is there, standing on the shoulder, waiting. It's more solid now, not a shadow, but a thing of sharp angles and raw muscle. Its eyes, 2 points of malevolent light. It raises a hand, a gesture that is both a greeting and a command. I press the stone to my forehead, the pain explodes, a searing white heat. My vision shatters, then reforms, and I see it. Not in my dream this time, but real. The wreckage. The twisted metal, the glass shards, the blood. My blood. The Widowmaker is swerving, out of control. I slam the brakes, but it's too late. I'm already there. I'm already in the vision. The vision, I now realize, wasn't a warning, but a destination. The impact is brutal. I feel metal tear into flesh. The world exploding into a cacophony of pain, the sickening crunch of bone. For a moment, I'm suspended, floating between two worlds. I see myself, broken and bloody, slumped in the wreckage. And I see the figure, its form rippling, shifting. It reaches out, and its hand is not made of flesh, but of bone, long and skeletal. It takes mine. I feel the coldness seeping into me. A profound sense of peace washes over me as my vision fades and it all becomes so dark. Story 30. The engine, a beast of metal, cuffed and roared, back to life. Another night. Another endless stretch of blacktop. I adjusted my cap, the brim casting a shadow over my eyes, shielding them from the harsh glare of the dashboard lights. The hum of the tires, a rhythmic drone, usually soothed me. But tonight, there was a different vibration, a subtle tremor that resonated not just through the rig, but deep in my bones. I glanced to my right, just a habit, really. Empty. Always empty. Except, tonight, it wasn't. In the passenger seat, where my thermos usually sat, a figure was starting to materialize. Like smoke coalescing into human form, it was wispy, translucent, but undeniably there. It was a man, vaguely. I could make out the shape of a head, hunched shoulders, and long, skeletal fingers resting on the dash. His face, where there should have been features, was just a swirling vortex of shadow. It was cold, a chill that went beyond the truck's air conditioning, that sunk into my marrow. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I was just tired. It was the third night this week, pulling doubles to make ends meet. The rig was old, a 20-year-old Peterbilt with 1,000,000 miles on the clock. But, no, the figure remained, unblinking, just watching me, a silent, spectral passenger. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead. The white lines, a hypnotic stream, offered little solace. The darkness beyond the beams of my headlights, however, became a canvas of monstrous forms. Trees became gnarled, clawing hands, and shadows danced like wraiths in my peripheral vision. The figure in the passenger seat did not speak. It didn't move. It just watched me with that gaping emptiness where its face should have been. The air in the cab grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang, the smell of old blood, and something else. Something ancient, something malevolent. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperately trying to escape. I turned up the radio, the twang of country music filling the cab, but it did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. It was as if the radio, too, was struggling to fight through an unnatural quiet that was, in itself, deeply unsettling. The next night, it was worse. The figure was no longer wispy, but almost solid. I could see the texture of the tattered, grazy overalls it wore, and the gleam of something metallic at its belt. The smell was stronger now, acrid, like burned meat. The figure, for the first time, moved. Its skeletal fingers twitched, then tapped impatiently on the dash, mimicking the rhythm of my heartbeat, a mocking echo in my ears. I tried to start a conversation, anything to break the deafening silence. My voice was thin, a raspy whisper, but there was no reaction. No acknowledgement of my presence. Just that blank stare. It was starting to feel like I was alone, yet terribly, horribly not alone. The third night, the figure was no longer content to just watch. As I rounded a sharp curve, its hand, pale and skeletal, shot out, gripping the steering wheel. I wrestled it back, the cold touch of its hand sending a jolt of ice through my veins. The truck careened. tires screaming in protest as it briefly slid toward the shoulder. My knuckles turned white as I fought for control. The figure was surprisingly strong, its grip like iron. I yelled, not a word. Just a raw, animalistic cry of terror. I managed to get the truck back on track, but it wasn't over. I could feel it in the air. The air was thick, heavy with dread. The next few nights were a blur of terror, a desperate struggle for control of my rig, of my very life. The figure grew bolder each time, its attempts to seize the wheel more aggressive. I tried everything. I turned on all the lights, blaring the horn, slamming the brakes. Nothing worked. I tried to talk to it, plead with it. It was like trying to reason with the darkness itself. The figure's grip would only tighten, its shadowy face a promise of oblivion. I began to feel the pull of that abyss. The allure of giving in, of letting it drive. It was starting to become inevitable. The highway became a hellscape. Twisted metal from past wrecks seemed to claw at the sides of my rig. Road signs became grotesque faces, jeering at my plight. The air crackled with an unnatural static, and the radio began to broadcast distorted whispers, fragments of other truckers' last transmissions, their dying screams. It felt like the entire world was conspiring with this spectral being to drive me into some horrific, unimaginable fate. My sleep became haunted by visions of endless black voids and disembodied hands, always reaching for me. It was relentless. Then came the night of the storm. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, and the rain lashed against the windshield like a furious, wet fist. I could barely see anything in front of me. Then, the figure moved again. It lunged, its skeletal fingers wrapping around the steering wheel like a death grip. This time, it felt different. Final. The force was overwhelming, a torrent of dark energy that threatened to overwhelm me. We were heading for a narrow bridge, over a ravine that yawned below, a chasm of inky darkness. I fought against the figure with all my strength, adrenaline pumping through my veins. My muscles screamed in protest. Every fiber of my being engaged in a life and death struggle against something that defied reason, defied logic. The truck swerved violently. The wheels teetered on the edge of the bridge. The figure's shadow face, only inches from mine, was filled with a twisted, hungry anticipation. I could feel its cold, dark gaze, searching for my soul. In that moment, a moment of pure terror and desperation, I felt a new strength rise within me. Not physical, but something else, something primal. A will to live, a refusal to surrender to the darkness. With a guttural scream, I slammed my foot on the accelerator, wrenching the wheel to the left, sending the truck into a sickening skid. And at the same time, I grabbed the metallic belt on his waist and pulled with all my might. The truck screamed. I was half on, half off the bridge. The figure shrieked, a sound like nails on a chalkboard, as I ripped something loose from its belt. It was a rusted, old-looking belt buckle with a number on it. A 47. A sudden jolt, and the figure vanished. The buckle lay cold and heavy in my hand. I wrestled the truck back to the road, my heart pounding like a drum. The storm, just as suddenly as it had begun, ceased. I parked the truck by the side of the road, the engine still running, and gazed at the belt buckle in my hand. The number 47 was burned into my brain now. I started to feel the cold again, the cold dread. It was over. For now. But I knew. I just knew. That he would be back. They always come back. I threw the belt buckle out the window, watching it clatter onto the hard shoulder of the road. The number 47 was staring back at me, mocking me. I could still feel its cold embrace. I was no longer alone. Story 31. The road stretched before me, a black ribbon swallowed by an even blacker sky. I'd seen a lot of strange things in my years behind the wheel, things that made your hair stand on end if you let them. But this was different. This wasn't just strange, it was wrong. The sun. It had just vanished. 1 minute, a week, watery orange. The next, nothing but pitch black. Like a void opened up and swallowed the world. My headlights cut twin tunnels through the inky nothing, the only beacons in this suffocating darkness. The radio, usually my lifeline, was just static, a hissing, crackling chorus of electronic ghosts. No truckers' chatter, no country twang. Only the low rumble of my rig, the wheezing of the air brakes, and that dreadful static, scratching at the edges of my sanity. I checked the GPS, a flickering green square, mocking me with its calm. Steady directions. I was supposed to be halfway to Denver, but the map looked alien now. The usual highways replaced with a web of jagged, unknowable lines. It felt like the world had changed. Shifted, and I hadn't been invited to the new design. The first sign that this darkness wasn't just an absence of light, that it was something more, was the shapes. I caught them at the periphery of my vision, shadows moving just beyond the reach of my headlights, shifting, swirling, like ink dropped in water. At first, I thought it was just tiredness, my eyes playing tricks on me. I'd been driving for 15 hours, pushing to make the delivery on time. But the shapes, they grew clearer, more defined. I saw tall, gaunt figures, their limbs unnaturally long, bending in ways that shouldn't be possible, and they moved with a disturbing, almost liquid grace. It was unsettling, like something out of a twisted nightmare, something that seeped from the very fabric of the night. I tried to focus on the road, but they were there, always there, just out of reach, darting between the trees that lined the highway, their silhouettes stark against the impenetrable darkness. Sometimes, I felt their gaze on me, a cold, piercing sensation that sent shivers down my spine. I felt a pressure, heavy and malevolent, pushing down on me like a physical weight, trying to crush me. I started talking to myself, muttering nonsense, just to hear a human voice, just to make sure I was still here. The silence, broken only by that static and the rumble of the engine, was a heavy blanket, suffocating me, making my thoughts feel thick and slow. The hallucinations worsened. They didn't just stay in my peripherals now. They danced in front of me, right on the edge of the headlights, almost daring me to look away. I saw faces in the darkness, grotesque, distorted visages with too many eyes, too many teeth. They opened their mouths, but no sound came out, just silent screams, echoing in the spaces between my thoughts. Sometimes I saw animals. Twisted, mangled things, part dog, part deer, with eyes that burned like embers. They stalked the edge of the road, growling with a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very metal of my truck. I tried to fight them, to blink, to look away, to do anything, but they were relentless, and the more I tried, the more real they became. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of decay and dust. A cloying, sickening sweetness that made me want to vomit. The cab of my truck was no longer a safe haven. It was a cage, a prison, and I was trapped with these horrors. Time was losing all meaning. The hours blurred into one endless, horrifying night, and I didn't know how much longer I could endure this. I started seeing things on the road, not just the shadows, but actual, physical things, or at least, things that felt physical. A shattered telephone pole, lying across the road, blocking my path. I slammed on the brakes, the wheels screaming in protest, and my truck skidded to a stop. I knew that pole wasn't there a moment ago. It had just appeared, materializing from the darkness like one of the hallucinations. Only it was real. I could touch it. Run my hand over its rough, splintered surface. I got out of the truck, flashlight in hand, and I could barely make out anything. The blackness was too thick, It felt like it was pressing on me, trying to push me back inside. I walked around the pole, searching for a way around, a way back to the road. The twisted figures, they were closer now, and I could almost feel them breathing down my neck. I could hear the shuffle, their inhuman footsteps on the ground around me. The air had a metallic tang, the smell of blood, of something dying. Then I saw it, the thing that finally broke my mind. It wasn't a shadow or a hallucination, it was a figure, standing in the middle of the road, blocking my path forward. It was tall, taller than any man I'd ever seen, and it was covered in thick, black fur, but its head. Oh, God, its head. It was a skull, bare and bone, with empty sockets and a smile. A horrible, twisted smile, full of razor-sharp teeth. And in each eye socket, an ember burned, a molten fiery red, staring, burning straight into my soul. It raised a hand, not a hand, but a paw, a claw, tipped with long, curved talons, and beckoned to me, and I felt a pull, a compulsion to walk towards it. My legs moved, my own volition stripped from me, and the horror was so intense. It was a physical pain, a searing agony that made me want to scream, but no sound came out. I was being pulled into that darkness, pulled into the very void itself, and I knew, in that moment, that I was lost. My journey was over. I was finally, going to become part of the constant, endless night. Story 32. The highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon unspooling into the bruised purple of the late evening sky. My rig, a beast of chrome and steel, I affectionately called the Widowmaker, hummed a deep, comforting rumble beneath me. I'd been on the road for 3 days straight, hauling a load of something that smelled vaguely of burnt rubber and regret. Sleep was a distant memory, caffeine a constant companion, and the world outside my windshield a blurry watercolor. I craved a hot meal and a bed that wasn't a vibrating slab of worn leather, desperately. That's when I saw it. A town, nestled in a hollow, like a forgotten tooth in the maw of the hills. It looked, from my vantage point, as normal as any other small town America I'd seen in my 30-odd years on these roads. A few clapboard houses, their windows glowing with the soft, yellow light of early evening. A gas station with a single pump, its sign flickering erratically. A diner, promising lukewarm coffee and questionable pie. It was the kind of place I'd normally pull over, stretch my legs, maybe grab a bite before tackling the long, dark night ahead. I eased the Widowmaker off the highway, the air brakes hissing like an angry serpent, and rumbled onto the town's main street. It was, at first, a completely unremarkable experience. There was a hushed sort of calm to the place. I chalked it up to the late hour and the general wariness of my own soul. But then I saw them. The people, they were everywhere, lined up along the sidewalks. A static tableau against the backdrop of the dimly lit storefronts. They were all looking at me, heads turned, following my slow progress down the street. There was a uniformity to their postures, rigid, almost puppet-like. It was their eyes, though, that truly caught me, each pair a black abyss, reflecting nothing but the headlights of my truck. And there wasn't a sound, not a cough, not a whisper, not even the rustle of leaves on the trees. Just this heavy, oppressive silence that wrapped itself around me like a shroud. I rolled my window down, thinking maybe I'd just gone a little deaf from the road, the endless drone of the engine. But no, the silence was real, thick and cloying. The air itself felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken things. I pulled into the gas station. The bell above the pump jangled a discordant note, the only sound that had broken the silence. A man, a face like weathered leather, stepped out of the small, glass booth. He just stood there, completely still, those same, dead eyes locked on me, and he didn't even make a move towards the pump. No greeting, No nod, nothing. Just that awful, silent staring. I pumped my own gas, the clunking of the nozzle, and the hiss of air, a series of jarring explosions in the utter silence, his eyes never once leaving me. I finished, paid with exact change. Leaving it on the counter, not daring to get close enough to touch the man's hand, I scrambled back into the Widowmaker, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The same silent audience watched me from the sidewalks. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, the cold sweat slick on my palms. I pulled away from the gas station and started moving again. This time a little faster. I decided to skip the diner. I didn't want to stop for anything. I just wanted to get the hell out of this godforsaken place. But the town seemed to stretch, to never actually end. The same buildings, the same silent, staring faces, the same oppressive silence. Every street corner, every house, every window, there they were, watching. I started driving faster. Way faster. The Widowmaker roared, its engine protesting the abuse. I was pushing it, begging it to outrun this creeping dread, but the town kept going. It felt like an Escher painting, the same houses repeating endlessly, a twisted loop that was designed to torment me. I tried taking different roads, side streets, and dead ends. But they all lead back to the main street, to the same rows of silent, staring figures. Panic began to gnaw at me, its cold tendrils wrapping around my heart. I was trapped. This town wasn't a place. It was a cage. The silence, it was the bars. They weren't just watching, they were observing, cataloging, preparing. I felt like a specimen, pinned under a microscope, my every move, every twitch, scrutinized with chilling dispassion. I began to see things in the periphery of my vision, shadows shifting between the houses, faces emerging and disappearing from the blackness of the night. And I kept thinking, is it my tired eyes, or are they getting closer, inching in? The silence pressed down on me, a physical weight, squeezing the air from my lungs. My breath hitched in my chest, and I started to gasp, the sound amplified in the suffocating stillness, but no one seemed to react. Then the houses started to move. Not physically, at least not at first. They seemed to ripple, like reflections in water, their shapes twisting and distorting. The edges of the buildings blurred, the lines separating them from each other disappearing. Then came the sensation of being pulled. The Widowmaker was still moving, but it felt like the road was now trying to swallow me. The houses started to lean inward, their dark windows like hungry mouths, yawning open. The people, the silent watchers, started moving. They weren't static anymore, and I could see their forms shifting and twisting in the dim light, their heads elongating, their limbs contorting into impossible angles. And now their eyes weren't just dark, they were burning red. I slammed on the brakes, the Widowmaker screeching to a halt, and the silence finally broke. It wasn't the sound I expected, though. It was a low, guttural moan, a chorus of pained, inhuman cries. It started soft, but it was steadily growing louder. The people were now close, their faces right up against the truck, their red eyes boring into my soul. And then their hands reached out. They pounded against the metal, clawing, their movements jerky and unnatural. The sounds were getting louder, like a symphony from hell, and the houses were close, like they were about to collapse on me. I screamed, a desperate, broken thing, and threw the truck into reverse. I mashed the accelerator, tires spinning, the beast of chrome and steel leaping backward. I don't know how long I drove. I don't know if I'll ever stop driving. I just know. I can still see their eyes, still hear their moans, and I know, somewhere out there, that silent town waits for the next poor soul to stray from the highway. Story 33. The desert air hung thick, like a greasy rag. The sun, a malevolent eye in the sky, glared down on the endless ribbon of asphalt. My rig, a chrome behemoth named the Wanderer, rumbled beneath me. It was always the same. The engine's guttural growl, the low hum of the tires on the road, the endless, featureless landscape blurring by. It should have been calming. Peaceful. It wasn't. It started subtly, at first. A flicker in my peripheral vision. A split second where the world seemed to warp, twist, and then snap back into place. In that split second, I'd see it. Me. Or rather, a version of me. Strapped in. The cab of the Wanderer, a mangled mess of twisted metal and shattered glass. Always the same stretch of road, always the same point. A seemingly harmless curve, near mile marker 342. A place I'd driven hundreds of times. Each time, in that momentary vision, I could see the blood. Not a lot, just enough to paint the dashboard a slick, crimson hue. I dismissed it as exhaustion, at first. The long hauls, the endless nights, the black coffee burning a hole in my stomach. I pulled over, stretched, and pounded a fist against the rig's side. It was solid. Real. Not like those fractured, fleeting images. But they kept coming, each one more visceral, each one more terrifying. I tried to avoid it the first time. The curve, that cursed curve at mile marker 342. I slowed down, creeping forward like a snail, my knuckles white on the wheel. The vision came. Again. Only this time, in the vision, the rig didn't just crumple. It ripped open. Like some monstrous metal flower, peeling back to reveal me, a broken marionette amidst a spider web of shredded steel. The blood, a deluge now, soaking the seat. Splattered across the shattered windshield, a macabre painting. The vision vanished. I pulled over, heart hammering like a trapped bird in my chest, sweat slicking my brow. The world around me seemed to shimmer, to bend at the edges. The next time, I tried something different. I swerved, aggressively, before I even reached the cursed marker, trying to outsmart the premonition. The vision, once again. But it was different, more disturbing. In this horrific tableau, the rig didn't just break open, it inverted. As if the laws of physics had become a cruel joke. The tires, twisted up towards the sky, the chassis buried in the earth, the crushed cab forming a grotesque grave. I was still in it, of course. My body bent at impossible angles, eyes wide with silent terror. A sickening gurgle escaped my throat in the vision. The blood, a black, oily sheen coating my skin. I tried everything, each attempt more desperate, more futile. I tried speeding up, going as fast as the old girl could, thinking I might outrun it, outpace it. The vision. A horrifying rendition of a high-speed collision with a herd of phantom deer. The truck, a crushed sardine can, and me. Well, I was unrecognizable, a mess of gore and shattered bone. Splattered across the windshield and the inside of the cab. My blood, it looked thick, like melted tar, clinging to everything. I tried, stopping miles before the marker, hoping the vision would simply pass. It didn't. In this one, I watched, helpless as the Wanderer was swallowed by the earth. The asphalt split, a gaping maw of black, and the rig, myself trapped inside, tumbled into the abyss. I could feel the pressure, the crushing weight, the suffocating darkness, the chilling silence that followed in the vision. The blood was no longer just on the dashboard. It was everywhere, an endless ocean. A silent scream, trapped within my vision. Each new attempt became a twisted game. Each failed maneuver a more horrifying glimpse of my own violent demise. My world had become a living nightmare. The sun, the road, the rig, everything a macabre stage for my personal tragedy. The once familiar sounds of the engine now sounded like a death rattle. My heart, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I felt myself slipping, the line between reality and these visions blurring. I saw the curve again. It wasn't far away now. Mile marker 3042, a beacon of impending doom, shimmering in the heat haze. I didn't even try to avoid it this time. I let the rig roll, its immense weight pulling it onward, and I closed my eyes. The vision slammed into me. The Wanderer was gone. In its place, there was something else, a skeletal, insect-like thing, made of metal and bone. I was inside, of course, still strapped in. But my body, it was different. Twisted, stretched, made of some unidentifiable material. The insect-like rig screeched and groaned. A horrible symphony of metal and flesh. I could feel every bone in my body grinding against another, every muscle being pulled apart. And the blood, oh God, the blood. It wasn't just blood anymore. It was a thick, viscous, dark substance that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at all. It pulsed, it surged. My vision tunneled. I felt my consciousness. A single thread that was starting to unwind. I could hear voices, whispers in a language I didn't understand. And then, I opened my eyes. I was still in the cab, still strapped in. The sun still beat down. The engine still hummed. And then, the Wanderer started to change. It wasn't just a truck anymore. The metal began to contort. The chrome, it turned into bone. Bone that pierced through the flesh. The leather seats turned into a pulpy, throbbing mess. The engine was a pulsating heart, a living thing that was beating faster and faster. My body started to contort. My skin began to feel like the insides of a diseased wound. The whispers, the voices I heard from the vision, were now loud. Too loud. I could feel them crawling inside my head. The blood, it was everywhere, inside the cab. It was flowing like a river, coating the skeletal innards of the truck. I watched, in horrified fascination. As my arms, my legs, they became something else, something like an insect, made of bone. The final scream died in my throat, lost amidst the cacophony of the new truck, my new body. And then, I was part of it. One of them. My consciousness, a trapped insect, within the metallic, skeletal monstrosity that was once the Wanderer. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was only going to get worse. The curve, well, it was just a starting point. Story 34. The engine, a familiar growl, vibrated beneath me. The worn leather of my seat cradled my weary frame. It was Tuesday, Route 47, the same as every Tuesday. My life, a clockwork of deliveries and distances. I knew every bend, every pothole, every blinking light along this asphalt vein. I thrived on routine. It was my anchor in the swirling chaos of the world. The radio, static-filled but comforting, hummed a low, familiar tune. The sky, a bruised purple of early morning, promised a predictable day. Or so, I thought. The first tremor, a barely perceptible shift, happened at the old miller's farm. The turn, usually a well-worn dirt path, was different. It was narrower, overgrown with weeds that seemed to writhe like snakes in the periphery of my headlights, their leaves tinged with an unnatural, almost oily sheen. There was no sign, the usual rusted marker having vanished, leaving only a gaping emptiness in its place. I frowned, a knot forming in my gut. This wasn't right. But I was on a schedule, and a slight detour couldn't hurt. I steered the rig onto the path, the tires crunching ominously on the gravel beneath. The path descended abruptly into a shadowed, hollowed-out area. The trees, usually a comforting green, were now twisted, skeletal branches reaching out like grasping claws. A damp, earthy smell replaced the usual clean air. It was heavy and cloying, like wet soil, mixed with something metallic. A prickle ran down my spine. This place felt wrong, like a forgotten corner of the world. I kept driving though, pushing the anxiety aside. The road narrowed even further. The trees closed in, forming a claustrophobic tunnel, blocking out the sky above. The usual rhythmic rumble of the engine started to sound. Different, distorted. Almost like it was groaning. The shadows seemed to move, slithering around in the corners of my vision, like dark, living things. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tried the radio, only to be met with static. A high-pitched screech buzzed in my ears. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Nothing was behind me but the encroaching darkness. Yet I felt eyes on me, heavy and unseen. The path turned again, revealing a clearing. In the center was a structure. A barn. It wasn't the usual weathered wood barn. This was a towering black structure. It seemed to pulse with the darkness around it, a gaping maw in the landscape. The wood was dark. Almost obsidian, its surfaces smooth and unblemished, yet seemed to ripple in the low light. Strange, almost geometric shapes were carved into its surface, patterns that felt alien and ancient. They pulsed with a faint, inner light, a pale green glow that sent shivers crawling up my spine. I should have turned back, I knew it. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. But a strange compulsion kept me moving forward. I wanted to see what was inside. I steered the rig towards the barn. The air grew heavier, the smell intensifying. It was now a nauseating mix of decay and rust with something else, something indescribably full and sweet, like overripe fruit left to rot. I stopped the truck in front of the barn's massive door. It was a dark slab that looked like it was made of bone. I climbed out, my legs feeling stiff and unresponsive. The air was cold and clammy. I reached for the door, my hand trembling, like it was not my own. The door slid open with a grating, soundless movement, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow light. The barn was bigger inside than it was outside. It was a vast, empty space. The floor was covered in a layer of something that looked like dried blood. A single shaft of sickly green light pierced the gloom, illuminating a circle in the middle of the floor. In the center of that circle was something that made my stomach churn. A figure stood there, tall and gaunt. Its skin was a pale, translucent gray, like old parchment. It had no eyes, only empty sockets that seemed to gaze into my soul. Its mouth was a gash, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its limbs were long and thin, ending in clawed hands, tipped with black, sharp nails. It tilted its head, its neck cracking with a sound like dry twigs. It extended one of its clawed hands towards me. It was not a welcome, but an invitation. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My legs felt like lead. I was frozen in place, caught in its gaze. The figure started to move, a slow, deliberate pace. Each step seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy as it closed the distance between us. I could feel my sanity fraying, tearing at the edges. My mind searched desperately for the familiar, the comforting, for the rhythm of my routine. It was gone, swallowed up by this new, terrifying reality. The figure was upon me. Its clawed hand touched my cheek, the skin, like ice, burning. I felt something pierce my flesh. Not physically, but something deeper, something inside of me, tearing apart, like an old, worn fabric unraveling. I saw myself, then, reflected in its empty sockets. A tiny, terrified figure. Then, the pain came. It was a cacophony of sensations, a screaming void within me, a shattering of all that was, and all that would ever be. The last thing I saw was the pale green glow and the darkness that consumed me whole. There was no escape. There was only the barn and me and an unending and grotesque new routine. Story 35. The dispatcher's voice, a gravelly growl, cracked through the CB. Hall 74, you're up. Pick up at the old Blackwood cannery. Load manifest is unusual. Take extra care. Unusual was an understatement. The Blackwood cannery, a skeletal hulk against the bruised twilight sky, exuded an aura of decay. Rust wept from its corrugated skin, and the air hung heavy with the cloying scent of brine and something else, something metallic. It wasn't the iron tang of blood, but more like the sour, copper penny stench of old wounds. I reversed my rig, a monstrous beast I affectionately called the Widowmaker, towards the loading dock. The wood groaned under its weight, protesting with splinters and long-gone tears. The loading dock door slid open, not with the usual screech of metal, but with a sighing, wet exhale. I peered into the cavernous interior. It was darker than I expected, the gloom seemingly sucking in the weak light of my truck's headlights. Figures, shrouded in tattered canvas, shuffled forward. They were the loading crew, I presumed. But their movements were sluggish, almost insect-like. They didn't speak, nor did they make a sound besides the rustling of their canvas garb and the soft, wet plops that punctuated their steps. The cargo was odd. Each crate was roughly hewn, dark wood bound by rusted iron bands. They were heavy, ridiculously so, and they thrummed with a low, resonant vibration. A subtle hum that burrowed its way into my bones. My gloves, thick leather, couldn't completely mask the faint heat they radiated. There were no markings on the crates, no shipping labels, nothing to indicate what they contained. The loading crew handled them with a disturbing lack of care, slamming them onto the bed of my truck with muffled thuds that echoed unnaturally in the silence. The process felt less like loading and more like an act of deliberate violence against wood and steel. I tried to get the loading crew to give me answers, asking them what the cargo contained. Each time I spoke, they would stop, their head tilting slightly to my voice, like a dog listening to a new sound. Each time, their heads would slowly turn back to their work, not responding in any other way. By the time the last crate was loaded, a layer of cold sweat clung to me. I fastened the chains and tarp over the load, my hands trembling slightly. I kept glancing at the loading crew, their forms still, silent sentinels in the gloom. I climbed into the cab, the familiar scent of old leather and diesel usually a comfort. Today, it did nothing to calm my nerves. As I turned the key, a flicker of movement at the edge of the loading dock caught my eye. One of the figures, the one closest to the door, slowly raised a hand. Its fingers long and thin, like dried reeds. It pointed, not at me, but at my truck, its silent gesture filled with an unsettling finality. The engine roared to life. The noise a temporary balm against the growing dread as I pulled out of the cannery. The highway ahead stretched, black and endless, and the rearview mirror showed the cannery growing smaller. A dark wound against the darkening landscape. The low vibration of the cargo intensified, filling the cab with a constant, throbbing pulse. It felt as if the crates were breathing, shifting in their bindings. I tried the radio, hoping for a distraction, but all I got was static. The silence, amplified by the pulsing hum, became oppressive. I could feel the air growing thick, the texture of something heavy and dark pressing in around me. Hours melted away, each one more dreadful than the last. The landscape blurred into a series of dark trees. The occasional glow of a distant house a brief, pathetic spark of humanity in the night. The vibrations from the cargo were now a constant tremor through the cab, and I could swear I could hear whispers, sibilant and low, rising above the humming. It wasn't the wind, I knew it, and the dread was turning into a paralyzing fear. I fought the urge to pull over, the need to escape the insidious pull of my cargo, but something wouldn't let me. The highway was a black river, pulling me deeper into the heart of darkness. Then, the noises began, distinct, sickening noises. Not the creaks and groans of a settling truck, but wet, tearing sounds like flesh being ripped. I glanced into my side view mirrors and saw small, dark rivulets of something, dripping down the sides of the tarp. I could smell it now, the copper tang of old blood intensified, mixed with the cloying sweetness of decay. The whispers grew louder, forming into words I couldn't quite understand, a language both ancient and utterly alien. They were filled with a longing, a terrible atch that vibrated through my bones. I began to hallucinate, seeing pale faces in the darkness, their eyes like hungry coals, their mouths open in silent screams. The road took a sharp turn, a hairpin curve hidden in the dense woods. And that's when it happened. A massive, rotted hand burst through the tarp, talons as black as coal, scrabbling against the metal of the truck's side. Another hand followed, and another, and then the tarp ripped open, revealing not wood, not cargo, but mounds of pulsating, glistening, fleshy tendrils, a writhing mass of horror. Pale, distorted faces, vaguely human, rose from the mass, their dead eyes staring directly at me. They spoke, in unison now, the language a symphony of dread, and a voice, not one of them, but a voice that seemed to come from the cargo itself, boomed. Deliver us, deliver us. The steering wheel locked, and the truck lurched off the road, plunging down a steep embankment. The world became a blur of shattered glass and twisting metal, and the last thing I saw, before blackness swallowed me whole, was the pulpy, monstrous faces, reaching for me, their terrible whispers, a final lamentation. Story 36. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the CB, a static-laced whisper that sliced through the early morning gloom. Load secured, driver. Head west, destination, Blackwood Trading Post, deep in the mountains. And, driver. There was a hesitation, in his voice, a strange, off note. Be careful with this one. It's delicate. Delicate, he said. I chuckled to myself, a dry, rusty sound. Everything I hauled was delicate in its own way. My rig, a beast of metal and chrome. She was as delicate as a snowflake when a careless turn threatened to send her tumbling down a ravine. I'd been driving these roads for 20 years, seen my share of strange cargo, but I hadn't heard that tone before. The loading dock was deserted, save for a single forklift operator, his face hidden in the shadows of the warehouse. He didn't speak. Didn't even make eye contact. He just gestured at a large wooden crate bound tight with iron bands. That was it. No paperwork. No manifest. Just the crate. And the dispatcher's unnerving words. I shuddered, a chill running down my spine, a feeling I tried to dismiss as early morning fatigue. The road was empty, the asphalt snaking through the dense forest, like a black ribbon unspooling into the unknown. The first hour passed without incident. The sky began to bleed with the first streaks of sunrise. But then, the radio started to act up. A low hum began to permeate the static, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. The CB became a chorus of whispers, fragmented voices, speaking in a language I didn't understand, a sibilant, guttural tongue that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I switched it off. Silence, thankfully, replaced the auditory assault. But it didn't feel like silence. It was a thick, oppressive quiet, heavy, with an unseen presence. Then came the smells. First it was the scent of decay, like rotting leaves, piled high in some forgotten corner of the world. Then it morphed into something worse, something metallic and coppery, the odor of old blood mixed with the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit. It was nauseating, a stench that seemed to seep into the very fabric of the cab. I checked the mirrors. Everything seemed normal. The load was securely strapped down. Nothing seemed out of place, except the air. The air grew heavy, almost viscous, like breathing through a thick, swampy fog. The truck started to vibrate, a low, trembling hum that resonated through the floorboards, a deep, unsettling pulse that mirrored the beat of my own heart. The engine started to sputter, to cough, as if the beast itself was struggling under some unseen burden. That's when the vision started. Quick, fleeting images that flickered at the periphery of my vision. Twisted trees with faces etched into their bark. Eyes that peered from behind the veil of the forest. Eyes that glowed with a malevolent green light. Once I saw a figure standing on the side of the road. A tall, gaunt figure shrouded in shadow. But when I blinked, it was gone. The air was thick with the anticipation of something terrible. The sun had risen fully now, but the day still felt like twilight. A cold, damp shadow seemed to cling to my rig, as if something was leeching the very light out of the world. I tried to keep my focus on the road, but the road seemed to be twisting before my very eyes. The white lines were bending into unnatural shapes, snaking and writhing like pale worms. The trees began to writhe and twist their branches, clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. I pulled over. I couldn't handle it anymore. I needed to look at the load. I needed to see what was causing this. My hands trembled as I undid the straps and slid the crate out of the trailer. The wood was old and dark, almost black, and the iron bands were rusted and pitted, as if they had endured centuries of decay. The crate itself seemed to hum, a low, guttural thrum that vibrated in my chest. I pried the lid open, a splintering crack that echoed in the silent forest. The air instantly thickened with that same coppery stench, but now it was stronger, more palpable. Inside was a box. A small black box made of some unknown material that seemed to drink the light around it. It pulsed. Yes, pulsed. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from it, a sickly green that mirrored the eyes I had seen in my visions. The box was whispering. Yes, whispering. Whispers of torment, of pain, and of despair. It was not speaking in any human tongue, but the meaning, the horrible meaning, was clear to me. As I gazed upon this artifact, the visions intensified. The trees seemed closer now, their branches reaching out towards me. The shadows writhed like living things. The whispering grew louder, forming into a chorus of voices, all screaming my name, mocking me, condemning me. I felt a pull, a deep, primal urge to touch it, to hold it, to possess it. A voice that wasn't my own whispered in my mind, promising power and eternal life. If only I would take it. If only I would open it. I reached out, my hand, trembling, hovering over the box. The whispers grew louder. My skin began to tingle, a burning sensation spreading through my veins. My vision started to blur, edges of the world began to twist and melt away. The forest had completely enveloped me. The truck, the road, all of it, seemed to be melting into a sea of green and black. The voices were screaming, not in my ears, but inside my head. An agonizing pain shot through my skull, a pressure that threatened to tear me apart, and the box began to glow with blinding intensity. It was time to let go. I had to, or else it would take me. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I slammed the lid shut and kicked the box. I sent it flying deep into the forest, where it thudded against a tree and fell to the ground. The whispering immediately ceased, and the pain faded as quickly as it had come. The visions began to subside, and the forest began to return to its natural state. The trees stood still and silent. The road was once again straight and true. I scrambled back into the truck, my hands shaking, my heart pounding in my chest. I started the engine and slammed the accelerator down, peeling away from that accursed place as fast as I could. I didn't stop. I drove all night until the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon. I never looked back. I never stopped. And I never, ever hauled cargo without a manifest again. The dispatcher was fired for not filing one. I made sure of it. But no matter how much time passes, I still hear the whispers sometimes. And I see the glow of that black box in my nightmares. And I know that some things are best left undisturbed, buried deep in the darkness, where they belong. And I am never going back there. Ever. Story 37. The radio crackled, a static whisper, barely audible over the rumble of my 18-wheeler. Night had fallen, a thick, inky blanket smothering the endless highway. The road stretched before me, a black serpent, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. This was different, even for me. I had hauled everything from live chickens that made a cacophony of clucks, to toxic waste in ominous drums. But tonight, it was the silence that got to me. The unsettling, unnatural silence. My cargo, a dozen wooden crates. Huge, bulky things, sealed shut with thick bands of steel, each one a dark, rectangular monolith in the back of my trailer. They were heavy. I could feel the weight. Each turn of the wheel a reminder of the burden behind me. I'd picked them up at a nameless warehouse on the edge of nowhere. No paperwork, no questions. Just a wad of cash and a destination scrawled on a scrap of paper. Route 66, the long, lonely stretch, then a turn off into the woods. It was all cryptic. It started subtly, at first. A faint, almost imagined scratching. Like fingernails against wood. The sound was so quiet I thought it was just the trailer shifting, the metal groaning in the wind. I tried to ignore it. Turning up the radio, drowning the sounds in static and talk radio blathering. But then it came again, a little louder this time. A scratching, and this time, I thought I heard a whimper. Like a small animal trapped. My blood ran cold, an icy tremor rippling through my veins. I glanced into my side mirror, catching a glimpse of the trailer in the glow of my headlights. The crates were there, dark and menacing. The scratching had picked up. More insistent now, as if something was frantic, as if something was desperate. The whimpers were no longer imagined. They were real, thin, and laced with pain. I heard the sound of stifled sobs, then a muffled scream. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. I slammed on the brakes, the semi shuddering to a stop on the side of the highway, dust billowing around me in a spectral cloud. The engine cuffed and fell silent, leaving me alone with the night and the sounds from my trailer. The scratching was now incessant, a frantic, almost hysterical assault. The whimpers had become full-blown cries. Actual screams. High-pitched, filled with terror and agony. It was like a chorus of voices, all trapped, all in pain, all calling out for release. I scrambled out of the cab, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I walked back to the trailer, my footsteps heavy and hesitant. I could feel the cold, night air on my face, but my body was burning. I pressed my ear against the metal side of the trailer. The cacophony of cries and scratches was overwhelming. I felt a sickness churning in my stomach. I pulled my flashlight from my belt. The beam trembling, illuminating the crates. They were still unmoving, but the sounds coming from within, they were anything but. My mind raced, trying to rationalize. Trapped animals. That's what it had to be. But there was a quality to the cries, something distinctly human. A raw, unfiltered terror that burrowed deep beneath my skin, scratching at my sanity. I touched one of the crates, the wood cold and rough. I could feel the vibrations, the frantic movement from within. It was like touching a hive, a living thing, filled with suffering. I jumped back, as if burned. I had to do something. I couldn't just leave them in there. Let them scream and scratch their way to madness. I ran back to the cab, grabbing the crowbar from under my seat. It felt heavy in my hand, like a weapon it was, or like the key to a tomb. I returned to the trailer. The air seemed to grow colder, the sounds louder. I braced myself, my hands shaking, and I started to pry the metal bands from one of the crates. The metal groaned, screeching in protest. Each tear of the metal was a sound that ripped a new hole in my sanity. It was all I could focus on in the world. Finally, the last band came free. The wood was splintered, the hinges ripped from the crate. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the edge. The screaming had reached a fever pitch, a maddening symphony of pain. I braced myself. Then, with a lurch of my heart, I pulled the lid open. The flashlight beam sliced through the darkness. What I saw made me recoil in horror. It was not animals. They were people, twisted and contorted into inhuman shapes, their bodies crammed into the small space. Their eyes were wide, filled with terror and a silent plea for help. Their skin was pale, mottled with bruises and blood. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and fear, and something else. Something metallic and acrid. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. They reached out with thin, trembling hands, their fingers gnarled like the roots of old trees. Then, they began to change. The skin began to peel away, revealing layers of something underneath. Something pulsing and red. Their limbs twisted and lengthened. Their eyes grew larger, glowing with a malevolent light. Their screams had changed, morphing into guttural growls, and the sound of wet tearing. It was like their bodies were being turned inside out, transformed into something alien, something horrific. I stumbled backwards, the crowbar clattering to the ground. These were no longer human. These were monsters. A chorus of wet popping sounds accompanied each transformation. They lunged at the opening, their newly formed claws scraping against the wood, their mouths stretched into grotesque smiles, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. A guttural growl ripped from their throats. And it was that sound that finally shocked me from my paralysis. I ran. I scrambled back to the cab, slamming the door shut. The creatures were swarming the trailer, their claws ripping at the wood, their distorted faces pressed against the gaps. I slammed the truck into gear, the tires spinning wildly, spitting gravel as I sped away. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The screams, now a symphony of monstrous howls, were chasing me, burrowing deep into my mind, never to leave. The radio crackled with static. The highway stretched ahead. The woods waited. But I knew. They would always be there, in the darkness, scratching at the edges of my sanity forever. Story 38. The dispatcher's voice crackled, a dry, impatient rasp. Over the CB, Lovard 74, livestock. Bayview Farm, delivery point, slaughterhouse, outskirts of Blackwood. Now, driver. Gope. Bayview Farm. I'd never heard of it. The directions he gave me were vague. A series of back roads twisting like the intestines of some forgotten beast. The sun was a bruised plum in the sky by the time I reached the place. The farmhouse a skeletal silhouette against the fading light. The air hung thick, cloying, a smell of damp earth and something else. Something feral and sweet. It made my stomach churn. The livestock trailer sat there, gleaming black under a single, flickering yard light. No farmhands, no paperwork, nothing. Just the trailer looming. Its metal skin looked swollen, somehow, like a bloated tick ready to burst. I figured, Maybe the farmer was inside, so I banged on the house. But I didn't get an answer. So, reluctantly, I went to the trailer, figuring I'd have to take my chances. The rear door creaked open, the hinges groaning like rusty bones. I wasn't expecting what I saw. It was dark in the trailer, almost completely. A heavy canvas curtain hung in the middle of the trailer's interior, blocking any sight of the full contents. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the inky blackness. There were crates. Not ordinary crates, but roughly hewn wooden things, each one bulging, straining at their restraints. A low, wet rustling came from behind the canvas, not a bleating or a moo, but a thick, gurgling sound like someone drowning in mud. It raised the hairs on the back of my neck. "Hello." My voice sounded weak, a frightened whisper, even to my own ears. I got no answer. Only that disturbing, gurgling rustle growing louder. I'd hauled enough farm animals to know this was not right, not in the least. It felt wrong. I was already backing out when I heard something shift in one of the crates. A thud, and a sickening crack, like wood breaking under some heavy weight. I decided to leave it be. I had a delivery to make. I closed the door, latched it, and got behind the wheel. The engine roared to life, and I pulled out onto the road, the trailer swaying ominously behind me. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. The rear view mirrors showed nothing, just the empty, dark road. But the feeling persisted, a clammy hand gripping my spine. The gurgling sound from the trailer was still there, too, now more insistent, like a rising tide. I turned up the radio, trying to drown out the noises, but it didn't work. I looked in the mirrors again just to check. The trailer was different. The black metal was no longer gleaming, but matte, almost velvety, and it looked larger. I slowed down, pulling over to the side of the road. The trailer was definitely bigger, somehow wider, the metal stretching, expanding in ways I couldn't even begin to understand. I grabbed my flashlight, and I hopped out of the cab. The wood of the crates looked wet, glistening with a viscous slime. The cracks in the wood looked like veins, pulsing faintly. I could see the canvas of the partition. It was bulging outward, like something was pushing against it, something large. The gurgling sound had changed again, becoming more rapid now, punctuated with sharp, popping sounds, like bubbles bursting in thick soup. I thought, briefly, of getting in my cab and leaving, of forgetting this whole mess. But I was also morbidly curious. I needed to know. My hands were shaking. As I opened the trailer door again, the stench was overwhelming, a thick, putrid perfume that made me gag. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the scene. The canvas partition was gone. In its place was a pulsating mass. It was a swirling, writhing thing of flesh and cartilage and bone. It wasn't a single creature, but a collection of things, shifting and morphing into shapes I did not and could not understand. Eyes, wet and black, blinked open in its surface. Tiny mouths, ringed with teeth, snapped at the air. I recoiled, banging my head on the door frame, my stomach emptying onto the muddy ground. The mass, began to move, slowly at first, then with alarming speed. It surged towards the door, oozing and dripping like some kind of living tar. The crates were not there anymore. They had been swallowed up into the mass itself. Now I understood. The shipment wasn't livestock. It was a single, living entity, born in the dark of those crates, and it was still growing, feeding itself with the material of the trailer itself. It was feeding off of the wood, the metal, the very air. I scrambled back, trying to close the door, but it was too late. The mass oozed through the gap, tendrils of flesh reaching for me, grabbing at my arms. I screamed, my voice lost in the night. I felt sharp, bony protrusions pierce my skin, pulling me into the pulsing heart of it. I tried to fight, but my strength was useless against the mass. My legs felt like they were being pulled into it, and I was being engulfed by it, becoming part of this living nightmare. I could feel my bones shifting, and my muscles melting. I could feel my skin breaking down, and I could hear the gurgling, and the wet sucking, and the chewing sounds of the thing consuming me. My screams became gurgles. My thoughts were becoming indistinct, part of the mass. I was not a man anymore. I was just part of this thing. I was feeding it, growing it, becoming a new limb in its ever-expanding form. I could feel the road beneath me. I could feel my tires sinking deeper into the soft shoulder. The engine was still running, and I could feel the steering wheel, and the road was calling, and it wanted more. And it was going to answer, because it wasn't me anymore, but it was all of us, and we wanted more, much more. Story 39. The call came late, a raspy voice crackling through the CB. Got a special haul for ya, driver. Out near Blackwood. Think you can manage? I, never one to back down from a challenge, especially one that paid well, agreed. The address was some forgotten corner of the county, a place where the trees grew thick, and the shadows seemed to cling to the ground. I found the place. A dilapidated funeral home that looked like it had given up on the idea of life decades ago. The paint was peeling off in strips, like sunburnt skin, and the windows were dark. Empty sockets staring out into the world. A man, gaunt and pale as a corpse, greeted me. His eyes, two black pits, didn't meet mine. He just gestured towards a long, dark shape on a dolly. It was a coffin, old. The wood stained a deep, unsettling brown. The hinges looked rusted and weak, like they might give way at any moment. Delivered to Cypress Creek, understand. The man whispered, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. No delays. Time is of the essence. He didn't offer any further explanation, just a wad of bills, crisp and new, that felt cold in my hand. I didn't ask any questions. Some things are better left unsaid. I secured the coffin in the back, the weight of it more than the wood should account for, and climbed back into my rig. The highway stretched out before me, a black ribbon disappearing into the inky night. The engine rumbled, a comforting sound against the silence. I drove for a good hour, the rhythmic hum of the wheels on the tarmac lulling me into a trance. The radio was all static, a whispering symphony of nothingness, so I turned it off. I always preferred the quiet anyway. Then, I hit that section of road, just after mile marker 73, where the ancient trees lined the road like sentinels. The air grew thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket. A sharp, metallic clang echoed from the back. I nearly swerved, heart hammering against my ribs. I pulled over, a cold dread creeping up my spine. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the trailer. The coffin sat, bathed in the beam, but now I noticed something I had not before. There were scratches, thin, desperate lines, breaking across the polished wood. Something had moved, or tried to move, inside. I shined the light on the hinges. They were twisted now, like the joints of a tortured animal. I slammed the doors shut and scrambled back into the cab. Every nerve in my body screaming at me to go, to leave that cursed thing behind. I floored it, the engine roaring, desperate to outrun whatever was happening. The rattling started again, a rhythmic, frantic beat. Thump, thump, thump. It became more violent each time, like something was slamming itself against the wood. I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for a split second saw a hand pressing up against the wood, the fingers long and bony and pale. The image seared itself into my retinas. I drove faster, sweat beading on my forehead, my grip tightening on the wheel. The rattling turned to a series of sharp, cracking sounds. The coffin was breaking. The wood splintered. The metal hinges screamed. Each crack was like a bone breaking. I could hear something moving inside. It wasn't the sound of a person, but of something far older, something more rotten. The smell came then, a cloying, heavy stench of decay that filled the cab, making me gag. The air seemed to vibrate, buzzing with a dark energy. Then a voice, a low, guttural growl, that clawed its way from the trailer. Let me out. It was a sound that made my blood run cold. I could feel the rage, the desperation, the sheer, raw power. This was no ordinary ghost. This was something ancient and terrible. I pressed my foot harder, my knuckles white against the steering wheel. The coffin began to shake violently. The trailer shuddered as if it were being attacked from within. The sounds of splintering wood and tearing metal intensified, a crescendo of pure terror. And then, with a final, agonizing screech, one side of the coffin burst open. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw it. A figure, gaunt and emaciated, but with eyes that burned with an unnatural light, clawed its way out. It wasn't fully formed, it was like a nightmare, just starting to solidify itself into the world. It floated, a grotesque parody of a human shape, and reached for the ceiling of the trailer, its long, skeletal fingers trailing in the air. It let out a chilling scream, a sound that echoed the agony of centuries. It lunged, its shadowy form surging forward, towards the cab. I could feel its presence, cold and malevolent, creeping closer, reaching for me, my soul. I swerved the truck hard, the trailer fishtailing wildly, trying desperately to throw it off balance, to disrupt the thing. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming in protest. The truck came to a stop, shuddering and shaking. I didn't look in the mirror again. I threw open my door and scrambled out, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. I didn't look back. I just ran and ran and ran. I left the rig, I left everything, and didn't stop until I was miles away. I can still hear the screams and feel that cold touch in the darkness. I know it will be coming for me, that thing that clawed its way from the forgotten graves. It will always be coming for me. Story 40. The metallic scent of diesel, usually my comfort, now tasted like iron on my tongue, bitter and wrong. My rig, a chrome beast I called, the Widowmaker, rumbled beneath me, a familiar vibration that had always been a reassurance. Until tonight. Tonight, the rhythmic hum was a death knell. It began subtly, a faint gargling, a sound not quite right for the usual fuel sloshing. I'd pulled over, popped the hatch of the tanker, expecting to see diesel. I nearly vomited. It wasn't diesel. Crimson. Thick, viscous, and glistening, it was blood. Not the light, rusty color of old blood, but a deep, vibrant, almost pulsing red. It filled the entire tank, reaching the lip, almost daring me to touch it. A metallic reek rose up, cloying and sweet, a smell that made my stomach churn, not just in disgust but with a cold, clawing fear. It was like a butcher's shop in hell. I slammed the hatch shut, the metallic clang echoing like a gunshot in the silent night. I told myself it was a prank, a fucked up prank, but the dread coiled around my gut, squeezing the air out of my lungs. Back in the cab, the dashboard lights seemed to pulse with an eerie red glow, mirroring the nightmare in the tank behind me. I gripped the wheel, knuckles white. The usual hum of the engine now seemed muffled, as if the blood itself was deadening the world around me. I started driving, wanting nothing more than to get this rig, this cursed load, far away from me. My eyes darted to the mirrors. And that's when I saw it. A flicker. A fleeting image in the side mirror. A woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. She was just there, for a split second, then gone, as if the night had swallowed her. I slammed on the brakes, the rig groaning in protest, and threw open the door. Empty. Nothing but the highway stretching out. Black and endless under the moonless sky. I told myself I imagined it. Stress. That's all it was. But I couldn't shake the image. Those terrified eyes burned into the back of my mind. I continued my route. The highway was deserted, just me and my bloody burden. The road ahead seemed to twist and writhe, like a snake slithering away into the dark. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden face. Every rustle of leaves was like whispers carried on the wind. The blood in the tank seemed to come alive. I could hear it now, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a monstrous heart beating beneath me. I felt it in the seat, the vibrations resonating in my bones. It was close. Too close. Another flicker. This time, in the rearview mirror. A man. His throat torn open, blood spurting in thick, dark ribbons, his eyes fixed on me, accusatory, full of agonizing pain. He didn't move, just stared, his silent scream etching itself into the space between us. I swerved, almost losing control of the truck, the bloody cargo swishing wildly behind me. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. But the smell was real, the metallic tang thick in the air, the weight of the crimson liquid pressing down on me. The apparitions grew more frequent, more vivid. A child with vacant eyes, his small body riddled with wounds. A family, their faces frozen in silent screams, their bodies mangled, twisting in unnatural positions. They were there, and then they were gone, flickering like faulty images on a broken screen. Every mile was a fresh hell, every shadow a new tormented face, every bump on the road a reminder of the lives lost, the blood I was carrying. I felt their pain. I felt their terror. It was seeping into me. Sleep wasn't an option. Every time I closed my eyes, those phantom faces flooded my vision, their tormented eyes boring into my soul. I became a puppet, pulled along by the weight of the blood behind me, forced to watch the unending parade of the damned. The radio crackled with static, then whispered. Distorted fragments of voices. Screams, cries for help, all merging into a cacophony of agony. The world around me was dissolving into a maelstrom of terror. The truck started to drive itself. I wasn't steering. I was just along for the ride, a passenger in my own personal descent into madness. The speed increased, the world outside blurring into a smear of color. The engine roared, not with power, but with some unholy hunger. The blood in the tank throbbed and pulsed. I felt myself being drawn to it, pulled by an unseen force, as if I, too, was becoming part of this horrific cargo. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A light. A small town nestled between two hills. The truck was heading straight for it. I fought against the wheel, trying to regain control, but my arms were heavy. Useless. It was as if my muscles had turned to lead. The faces in the mirrors were screaming now, their anguish building to a crescendo. The blood behind me surged, slamming against the walls of the tank, a tidal wave of crimson death. The town was getting closer, and the faces in the mirrors pressed in, their bodies merging, becoming one monstrous, blood-soaked entity. It had teeth, long and jagged. It had eyes, burning with a hatred that made my own terror seem insignificant. It reached for me. I could feel its cold, spectral fingers wrapping around my throat. The truck barreled into the town square, the brakes screaming in protest. But the monstrosity behind me was too strong. I saw the terrified faces of the people, the shock in their eyes. And then, with a final, earth-shattering crash, the tanker ripped open, unleashing the blood. A torrent of crimson horror that flooded the square, engulfing everything. The last thing I saw, before the darkness finally took me, was the monstrous form reaching for me. its blood-soaked tendrils wrapping around me, pulling me into the crimson abyss. The truck was silent. The screams were gone, replaced by a horrific sucking sound, as all the blood was pulled into a newly formed, swirling vortex. Then the silence again, complete, absolute, and heavy as a tombstone. I was gone, claimed, and the blood was waiting for its next driver. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.